soft winds drift through the thick, dark pines, carrying the scent of fresh earth and distant salt. The faint hum of night creatures fills the air, weaving their quiet chorus in the cool northern twilight. Greetings, my wandering dreamers. The year 856, the world was still young in its violence, its wisdom, and its quiet, unspoken hardships. A time when the moon hung high in the sky, watching over lives and deaths alike, its pale light touching the land below with a cold, ethereal glow. The Viking clans, so fierce in their strength, bound together by blood and oath, stood tall among the seas and the mountain. Theirs was a life of hardship and glory, a life made of long, brutal winters, fierce raids, and a constant struggle for survival. But amid their strength, there were those whose lives, like a delicate thread, could easily unravel. And so it was for the women who remained behind, the widows, whose stories were often whispered, carried on the wind, drifting past those who had no time to listen. Have you ever wondered what it felt like to watch your world shift, the ground beneath your feet no longer firm, to hold your breath as the waves crash against the shore, and your heart beats faster, not knowing whether the next dawn will bring a loved one home, or a note of sorrow carried by the winds? The Viking woman was strong, a warrior in her own right. She spun the yarns and wove the shields, prepared the meals and sang the songs. But when her husband, her brother, her son, or her father left on the long ships, it was not just a farewell, it was a loss she was not ready to face. A man's death was a storm on the horizon, a certainty that swept through villages like the harsh northern winds. And when that storm did come, it left devastation in its wake. In the year 856, the Thur clans were fierce, and their raids grew bolder. Their warriors would sail west, reaching the distant lands of the British Isles, where kingdoms stood tall and proud, unaware of the storm that was coming. The raids were brutal, swift, and ruthless, but the warriors knew that death would follow them in their wake. For many, it was the inevitable end, either the sharp edge of a sword or the cold grip of the sea. And when it arrived, it left the woman behind with nothing but memories and the looming fear of what would come next. The widow, once a pillar of strength, would find herself standing alone in the midst of a storm she could not fight. The clan would mourn, yes, but it was not the mourning of the living that weighed heavily upon her heart. It was the weight of survival, the uncertainty of the future, the endless questions of what would come next. Did the clans see the widow as weak, or was it that the life of a Viking woman was simply always one of vulnerability, no matter her strength? The clans were bound by blood and laws, but these laws did not always protect the widow. She could not fight the battle alone, not without a man by her side, not without a brother or son to protect her. Her life after the death of her husband was often marked by silence. She would mourn, of course, but she would also watch quietly as her world shifted around her. There was no place for her to turn but inward into herself, where the cold winds could not reach. In the long, dark winter nights, as the hearth flickered with the last of the fire's warmth, she would sit in the shadow of the longhouse, feeling the chill of loss creep up her spine. The world outside was full of movement, of men preparing for the next raid, of women weaving baskets or tending to children. But for her, time often slowed to a crawl. Rhythm of her life would change. The once proud figure of a wife became a widow, and with that change came new challenges. The weight of survival was now hers to carry alone. Yet there were some who, like her, had no choice but to adapt, to find new ways to endure. For in the clans, life was never easy, and death was never far behind. The widow had to be strong, but in her strength, she could not help but feel the vulnerability that surrounded her. Like the cold mist that rose from the fjords, there were few who would speak to her openly, for fear of drawing attention to the delicate balance that held her world together. The unspoken truth was that the widow, once safe in the warmth of her husband's arms, was now a target. There were whispers among the men, not always kind. Some would look upon her with pity, others with something darker, something that could not be spoken aloud but was still felt in the quiet glances. There were the children, too, who grew up glances, without a father's hand to guide them, and that loss, too, had its price. Without the protection of a man, what was left for her? The answer, in truth, was not much. The widow became a shadow in the village, Her presence noticed only when she had to step forward, when the need for survival was too great to ignore. It was a silent vulnerability, one that no one could fully understand until they were in the same position. The woman who had once shared in the victory of the raid now had only memories of a man who was no longer there. But like all things in the Viking world, change would come. The widow could come, either retreat into the shadows of grief, or she could rise to face the new challenges, to forge her own path. She might take on the role of protector, of shield maiden in her own right, or she might choose to marry again to secure the protection and stability her clan demanded. But whichever path she chose, she would always carry the weight of that vulnerability, the quiet knowledge that the storm could return at any time, and with it, new hardship. And so it was in the year hardships, 856, as the winter snows began to fall, that the world shifted again, for now the winds howled louder than ever before, and the widow's journey was far from over. The questions still lingered in the cold night air, drifting in with the frost. The fires in the longhouse crackled softly, casting flickering shadows that danced across the wooden beams. The warmth from the hearth was a small comfort against the veil, biting cold that wrapped itself around the settlement like a cloak. Inside, the air smelled of damp earth and burning wood, of the smoke that clung to the walls, and the scent of mead and roast venison. A sense that the heart of the household had been hollowed out. The woman who sat near the fire, hands folded in her lap, felt it acutely. Her name was Asta, and in the year 857, she had become a widow. The night her husband, Olaf, had set sail with the warriors to raid the coast of Northumbria, she kissed him farewell with no sense of finality. There was no way to know that the sea would claim him, that the bloodied winds of war would snatch him away, leaving her behind with their 2 young sons. Olaf had been a strong man, a leader among the warriors, one of those whose return was never truly questioned, until the day the raiders came back, silent without him. And now Asta sat in the hearth's glow, feeling the Vasta sat in the hearth's glow, silence that seemed to stretch around her, filling the space left by his absence. She could hear the wind outside, howling as it always did in the deep of winter, but there was something different about it now. It was as though it too carried the weight of the questions she could not answer. How would she, a widow now, continue on? How would she protect her children, herself, in a world where men, the warriors, were the shield against the world's dangers? Widows were always more vulnerable, but in a Viking society, it went beyond mere survival. There were laws, unwritten and understood, that kept women in the shadows once their husbands were gone. A widow did not have the right to her husbands were gone property unless it was granted to her by the clan, and she could not carry on the family name unless she remarried, often to a man who would offer protection, either in the form of strength or influence. Without this, she was left to fend for herself in a harsh world, surrounded by those who might consider her a lesser creature, a woman whose worth had been diminished by the absence of a man. And so Asta wondered in the solitude of the long house where the fire burned low, what her burned low future might look like. She was no longer a wife, no longer a mother with a husband to rely. She had to think of her sons, Ragnar and Eric, and what kind of future they would have without a father's guidance, a father's protection. The father's protection. Village might rally around her as they did for all widows, but their support would only go so far. The cold truth was that, in the eyes of the clan, a widow was still just that. A widow was still just that. A widow. A woman marked by loss, and for many, that loss meant weakness. Weakness. It was during this deep winter that Asta realized the vulnerability that had quietly taken root in her heart. She had heard the whispers. She had seen the glances. The men of the village spoke of her in hushed tones, their words carrying the weight of pity and something darker, the uncertainty of a woman left without her protector. Some felt sorry for her, while others seemed to regard her with a sense of cold indifference. No longer could she rely on the security of her husband's reputation or status. No longer could she claim the strength of his arm to ward off the dangers that prowled just beyond the settlement's reach. And then there were the children, Ragnar, who was only 8, and Eric, who was 6. They grow up knowing their father was not there to teach them the ways of a warrior, to impart upon them the strength and wisdom of their bloodline. In a society where warriors were the lifeblood of the clan, it was impossible not to see how their futures were now uncertain. Without Olaf, their family was weaker, more vulnerable to the world that lay beyond the forest. Asta, however, was not the kind of woman to allow herself to be swept entirely into the current of helplessness. She could not afford that for her children's sake. Yet there was always the feeling of weight, as if 1,000 invisible hands were pressing down upon her. The house was still full of the warmth of life, but it no longer felt as safe as it once had. There was always the danger of raiders, of rival clans, who could come knocking at any moment. And with no man to protect her, Asta had no choice but to rely on herself, on her instincts, on the teachings she had once learned as a young girl. In the stillness of the longhouse, she often found herself thinking of the other women, those who had come before her, those who had lost their husbands and brothers in battle, those whose names had long since been forgotten. What had they done? What choices had they made? Had they found a way to navigate the treacherous waters of Viking life without the support of a man? Had they been forced to marry again, to yield to the unspoken rules of the clan? Or had they chosen another path, one that kept them forever on the outskirts of the village, living in quiet defiance of the world around them? One evening, as the sky turned a dusky purple and the shadows of the longhouse grew long, Asta felt a stirring within her. It was a feeling she had not expected, something that pulled at her chest and made her sit up straighter. A way forward after all. Perhaps the vulnerability she felt could be turned into something else. She knew she could never go back to the life she had before. That life was gone with the wind that had carried Olaf away. But perhaps there was a way for her to carve out a new life, one that did not rely on the protection of a man. She thought of the shield maidens, those legendary women who had fought alongside the warriors, those who had taken up arms and fought their way into the hearts of the sagas. Had they not, too, faced the very same struggles as she did now? Had they not stood alone against the world, driven by a fierce determination to survive? She could not be a shield maiden. She was not young enough, nor was her body suited for such a life now. But what if she could be something else? What if she could find a way to stand strong, to protect her children, without relying on the shadow of a man's name? It was late in the evening, and the wind outside howled like an ancient beast. But inside, Asta felt the faint stirrings of hope. She could not be defeated by the loss of her husband. She would fight for her children, for their future. Perhaps for her children, for their future. She could not protect them in the same way Olaf would have, but she would find a way, a new way, a way that would carve a path through the wilderness of this harsh world. As she sat by the fire, her mind buzzing with possibilities, she thought of the future. She would begin with small steps, perhaps starting with gathering what remained of Olaf's belongings and securing their place in the village. But one thing was clear to her now. She would not bow to the shadows of widowhood. She would not bow to the shadows of widowhood. Would rise, even if it was alone. The winds might howl, but they would not break her. The fire crackled softly, sending occasional sparks flying to the darkened rafters of the longhouse. The scent of smoke and cooked meat filled the air, a warm contrast to the cold that lingered just outside the wooden walls. It was the time of year when the nights stretched long, and the days seemed to vanish in a quiet blur of gray light and frost. Asta, still seated by the hearth, let her thoughts drift like the gentle flicker of the flames before her. The wind outside carried with it the unmistakable bite of winter. It wrapped around the village like a predator, searching for any weak point to exploit. Asta felt the weight of the season pressing against the walls of her home, the thick wooden planks groaning under the strain of the cold. Yet it was not the cold that chilled her bones. It was the quiet, the same quiet that had settled over her life since Olaf's death. It had been months now, months since the messenger had come, his face grim, the news of Olaf's death like an iron weight in her chest. He had not been alone on that raid, yet in the end, Olaf's body had never returned. It was as if the sea had swallowed him whole, leaving no trace behind. No warrior's song to honor him, no burial mound to visit. Asta had only the bitter memory of a man she once called her husband, a man she had hoped would return, a man whose absence had left her empty. Now, as the seasons shifted and time passed, Asta could feel the weight of widowhood bearing down on her, its shadow creeping over her every waking moment. The world outside seemed to grow colder with each passing day, and within the longhouse, the hearth, once a symbol of warmth and security, now felt more like a fragile shield against the vast emptiness beyond. But despite it all, Asta knew that the quiet, the silence, could not last forever. She could not afford to fall into the same hopelessness that had claimed so many others in her position. She could not afford to let her sons feel the sting of loss without offering them something to hold on to. Ragnar and Eric, they were the last piece of Olaf she had, and she would not let their future be consumed by the same darkness that had swallowed her husband's life. She could not allow them to grow up with the same vulnerability she now carried. In the days that followed, Asta began to consider the life ahead of her, one without Olaf by her side. She had little in terms of personal possessions, but she had the land they had worked together, the house they had built, and knowledge that had been passed down through the generations. It was not much, but it was enough to begin again. She would start by ensuring that her sons were raised with the knowledge of a heritage, their father's legacy, even if he was not Naisi, there to speak it to them himself. Asta had always been a capable woman, one who had learned from her own mother and grandmother how to manage the household, to protect the family's welfare. She had watched Olaf work the land, carve out a life from the wilderness, and in that she had learned the value of both patience and strength. It was the strength she had always admired in him, but it was the patience she had learned to cultivate within herself that she now relied on. With the snow still heavy and the winds relentless, Asta's mind often turned inward. She had not yet made a decision on what her future would look like. She knew that many would expect her to marry again, to take another man into her life, to shield herself from the dangers of widowhood, but that was not a path she felt compelled to walk. It was a path that would bind her to another man's will, a path that might provide temporary security but little else. Asta could not allow herself to be caged by the shadow of her husband's death, not when the winds of change were stirring within her. Her thoughts were interrupted one morning when a group of women from the village came to visit her. They were not strangers, nor were they enemies. They had been her friends, her neighbors, and in many ways, they had been her companions during the years when Olaf had been away. Their faces were marked by time, their eyes reflecting the same quiet strength that Asta felt pulsing within herself. They came to offer her what they had always offered to widows in the village: comfort, support, and perhaps, in some small way, a measure of understanding. But Asta could not help but feel that their words were laced with something else, something unspoken. They spoke kindly, of course, asking how she was managing, how the boys were, but there was an undercurrent of pity in their voices, one that Asta had grown familiar with since Olaf's death. "You are strong, Asta," one of them said, a woman named Hilda, who had lost her own husband many winters ago. "But I know it has not been easy. We all know what it is like to stand alone in this world, and we know, too, that the world can be a cruel place for a widow." Asta nodded, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. She had heard these words before from many others, but they felt no less true for their repetition. The village, like the rest of the world, had its rules. There was a time to mourn, and then there was a time to mourn, and then there was a time to move on. But Asta had already begun to move in her own way, at her own pace. She did not want to be coddled. She did not want to be reminded of her loss. What she needed now, more than anything, was a path forward, a direction to move toward, and she had to find it on her own. "The clan is watching, Asta," Hilda continued softly, her gaze steady, knowing Asta well enough to see the thoughts that flickered in her eyes. your sons too. They will need to be raised strong, as Olaf would have wanted. The world does not wait for anyone, not even for those who have lost. Asta felt a pang in her chest, but she swallowed it, steadying herself. I know, Hilda, she replied, but I will not wait either. The air between them, a quiet declaration of defiance against the inevitable, a refusal to allow the winds of fate to sweep her into the darkness of widowhood. She would not sit idle and let the world move on without her. Not now, not now, not when, not now. There was still so much to do. Asta could already feel the stirrings of a plan, a course of action she would take, one step at a time. The other women sat with her, offering their presence more than anything else. In that quiet moment, knew Asta had already begun her journey. The path ahead would not be easy, but it was hers to walk. The winds outside howled louder as the hours passed, but Asta knew, in the stillness of that longhouse, that she had the strength to endure whatever came next. And so, as the days passed, Asta did what she had always done. She worked the land, teaching her sons the skills they would need to survive, ensuring that their home remained standing. No matter the storm, she did not let the whispers of pity define her. She would not allow herself to be seen as vulnerable, for she was more than that. She was a woman of strength, of resilience, and in time, the clan would learn that she could stand on her own, just as Olaf had. The winter stretched on, but Asta was no longer alone in her grief. She had found something deeper within herself, a strength she had never realized she possessed. And in that strength, she would carve out a new life for herself and for her sons. As the winter weeks crawled onward, the winds howled louder, pulling at the longhouse walls, as if urging the village to prepare for what was to come. And outside, the snow had started to deepen, painting the world in a pristine but unforgiving white, the kind of snow that covered everything in a heavy silence. Inside, the fire's glow flickered in the hearth, casting its gentle warmth across the room. Yet Asta's thoughts remained restless. She had not spoken of it aloud, but in the quiet spaces of her mind, she was planning. Each day, she worked the land as she always had. The rhythm of her work, the chopping of wood, the tending of the garden that still grew in its quiet, frozen way, gave her the steady focus she needed. With her, the steady focus she needed. Her sons beside her, learning the same tasks she had once learned from her mother. Asta felt the first stirrings of hope, not for her own future alone, but for the future of her children. She would not let their lives be defined by the absence of their father. She could not allow them to grow up with the shadow of Olaf's death hanging over them like a dark cloud. Ragnar, the elder of her two sons, was a bright child. He had Olaf's eyes, the same sharp, dark gaze that seemed to see everything and yet nothing at the same time. Eric, the younger, was more like Asta, quieter, more introspective, but full of a fierce curiosity that Asta could already see would carry him far. They were growing, learning, and in some ways, Asta saw more of Olaf in them each day. Their strength would come from her. The world outside might try to strip them of it, but she would protect them, nurture them, and teach them how to survive. Though the village had been quiet, Asta could feel the eyes upon her, as they always were. The other women spoke to her in hushed tones when they passed in the streets, exchanging looks that Asta could not fully decipher. She knew what they thought. She could hear the whispers that traveled between the longhouses. The widow Asta, she's not like the others. She doesn't grieve the same. She doesn't wait. It was true, she did not. Asta's grief had not consumed her. It had shifted into something else, something that burned, quietly, steady, and unrelenting. She did not mourn her husband with the same quiet reverence the other women had for their lost husband. She mourned him with her work resolve. There was something about Olaf's death. Something about the way it had been so sudden and absolute that made Asta feel as if time had stopped for her. She could not bear to let it stop entirely, could not let the world slip from her grasp as it had slipped from Olaf. Every day she moved, working, raising her sons, tending to the land. She knew that if she stopped, even for a moment, the weight of his absence might crush her. But there were moments in the quiet when the ache returned. It came like the sea creeping in on the shore, slow and silent, before it swallowed everything in its path. Asta would find herself gazing at the distant hills, where the shadows of her memories stretched long. She would see Olaf there, standing beside her, the wind blowing through his hair, as they both watched their sons grow. And in those moments, she would allow herself to feel the pain, just long enough to remind herself that she was still human. It was during one of these quiet moments that she began to hear the voices again. The voices that spoke of remarriage, of the practical things, the things that could ease her burden. It was no longer the clan, nor the whispers of the other women that reached her ears. It was the quiet but insistent voice in her own mind, the one that told her it might be easier, that it might be better, to marry again. A man would protect her and her children. A man would secure her place within the clan. A man would give her the strength she lacked on her own. But she resisted the temptation. For a moment, she thought of the men who had visited the longhouse, men who were not as her husband had been, men who were not her equal. Some came with kind words, others with offers of aid, and some with intentions Asta would rather not speak of. They all seemed to think that her grief would wear thin, that time would take care of her, that she would, in the end, take the path most women took, the path that led to another marriage, another name to carry, another protector. Asta knew that was not the path she wanted. She had learned to stand on her own, to take her place as a woman in the clan, not as a widow waiting to be picked up by another man. Could be more than that. She had to be more than that. Her sons were watching her. They were learning from her. She spent long nights thinking, alone by the fire, the wind howling outside, and the sound of her son's breathing filling the room like a soft lullaby. What did she want for them? What kind of future did she want to give them? She would not give them a life where they depended on someone else's protection. She would not allow them to become weak in a world where strength was the only currency. She would not let Olaf's death define their future. It was during the next death define their future. Raid season, when the air was still crisp with the last remnants of winter, that Asta made her decision. The village had been preparing for another raid, as they always did in the spring. The warriors had sharpened their blades, and the ships on the side were ready. For the first time since Olaf's death, Asta found herself standing at the shore, watching the warriors board the ships, knowing she would not be joining them. She would not stand by and wait for another man to return home, but she had a different task to fulfill. The warriors had always been the protectors, the ones who fought the battles and returned with stories of conquest. But Asta would fight her own battle now. She would not take up arms, not like Olaf had done, but she would protect her sons, protect their future with her own strength. She would forge a new path for them, one that relied on their wits, their cunning, and their resourcefulness. She began to gather the resources she had, the knowledge she had learned, and the alliances she had with the women in the village. These women were the backbone of the settlement, the ones who kept the fires burning, the ones who ensured that the village could stand against the hardships of the world. Asta knew that in her own way, she was as strong as any of the warriors who sailed off to raid. It was a different kind of strength, but it was a strength nonetheless. In the months that followed, Asta took up a role she had never considered before. She became the leader of the women in the village, not by force, but by necessity. She organized the work, guided the younger women, and began to form a network of allies. Her house was always open to those who needed help, and the others began to look to her for guidance, not as a widow, but as a woman who had chosen to stand tall, to remain strong, to carry on. And as the seasons shifted once again, Asta found herself more at peace. The quiet moments of grief still came, but they no longer overwhelmed her. She had a purpose now, something greater than the loss that had consumed her. Her sons were growing strong, learning the skills they would need, and she was becoming the mother they deserved, a mother who would not let the storms of life drown them. As the weeks turned into months, Asta's life began to settle into a new rhythm. The village, too, seemed to take on a different character under the weight of the changing season. The cold, harsh winds of winter had finally begun to recede, making way for the longer days and warmer sun of spring. Yet, even as the world outside thawed, There was no true sense of ease. The legacy of Olaf's absence was still fresh in the minds of many, but Asta's resolve was something different now, something even the whispers of pity and concern could not erode. Every morning, Asta would rise before the sun, the sky still dark and the world wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight. The cold air nipped at her skin as she made her way to the fields, where she and the children worked to tend to the crops, preparing the land for the season's harvest. The soil, still rich from the long winter, was now soft and eager for the seed. She could feel the life returning to the earth with each passing day. Yet there was something deeper at work here, something that went beyond the act of planting. Asta had learned to listen to the world around her in a way that she never had before. She had once listened to the winds that told her when a raid was near, to the signs that whispered the fate of her husband as he sailed across the ocean. But now, in her solitude, she had learned to listen to the land, to the quiet pulse of the earth beneath her feet. It was a connection she had not known she needed, a connection that grounded her, gave her strength, and reminded her that no matter what, life always found a way to continue. It was not easy work, and the days were long, but Asta found a certain peace in the quiet labor. The simple tasks of everyday life began to feel more like a sanctuary. Each chore, each movement, a step toward creating the life she wanted for her children. And, though she would never admit it aloud, it was in these moments of hard work that she found her strength, not from the protection of another man, but from her own hands, her own sweat, and her own will. The work in the longhouse was the same. There were meals to prepare, fires to tend, and the very constant hum of village life, with all its noise and bustle, to manage. Asta had become a leader among the women, not by force but by necessity. They came to her for guidance, for advice, for help. They respected her, not for her widowhood, but for her ability to rise above it. She was no longer a widow who was defined by loss, but a woman who had carved out her place, one step at a time, one afternoon. As the sun was beginning its descent behind the mountain ridges, a visitor arrived. It was a man Asta had seen only a few times before, and each time their meetings had been brief and curt. His name was Sven, a man with dark hair and sharp eyes, one of the traders who passed through the village from time to time. He was not a warrior, nor was he someone who caught the interest of many in the village, but he had always been polite to Asta, and this time his visit was more than a casual exchange of goods. Asta was in the middle of preparing a meal for her sons when he appeared at the door. The familiar knock echoed through the long house, and she rose to answer, wiping her hands on her apron. The chill of the evening air followed him in as he stepped inside. "Asta," he greeted her with a nod. His voice low, almost hesitant. "I hope I'm not disturbing." Asta gave him a soft smile, her face polite but guarded. "Not at all. What brings you here this evening, Sven?" He hesitated for a moment, his gaze flickering to the fire before returning to her. "I've come to ask if you might be in need of a few things. I know you've been handling things on your own, and, well, I wanted to offer some assistance." Sven had never been one to offer much beyond what was necessary for a trade, but Asta saw something different in his eyes now. His tone was sincere, though there was a subtle undercurrent of something else, something she couldn't quite place. "I appreciate the offer," she replied, her voice even but careful. "But I've managed thus far. My sons and I have what we need." There was a pause. Asta could feel the weight of his next words before they were even spoken. He stepped a little, saying, "What even spoken?" closer, lowering his voice so that only she could hear. "I know," he said, "but there are things that a man can provide. Protection, safety. You don't have to do everything alone, Asta. You're still young, and your sons, they're growing. It's not easy to raise them without a man by your side." Asta's heart clenched at his words, but she did not let them show. She had known this moment would come, the moment when someone would tell her what she already knew, that her life as a widow would eventually lead her to a crossroads. She had always known that the village, and perhaps even the world beyond, would expect her to remarry, to find another protector for herself and her sons, but she had resisted that notion for so long, and she would not give in now. I don't need a protector, Sven," she said, her voice steady, though there was a sharpness to it now. I am capable of protecting myself and my children. I have done so every day since Olaf's death. I do not need anyone to stand between me and what I can achieve. The silence between them stretched, but Asta did not back down. She stood tall in tow, the face of Sven's unspoken challenge. For the first time in her life, she felt something different within herself. Not the quiet submission that had once been expected of her, but the quiet assurance that she could stand on her own, make her own decisions. Sven looked at her for a long moment, his eyes unreadable. Then, with a slow nod, he took a step back. I see, he said softly. I'm sorry if I've overstepped. I only wanted to help. I know, Asta replied, her voice gentle once more. And I appreciate your kindness, Sven. But I have what I need. Without another word, he turned to leave, his footsteps light against the stone floor. As the door closed behind him, Asta stood in the fading light of the hearth, her thoughts swirling in a quiet storm. She had rejected Sven's offer, but there was something deeper at work here, something that had nothing to do with him. She was not just rejecting his offer of protection. She was rejecting the idea that she needed to be saved, that her strength was defined by someone else. Her heart was still heavy with the weight of Olaf's absence, but she had learned that her strength was not bound by the love she had lost. It was bound by the love she had lost. It was bound by the love she still had for her children, for the life she had built, for the future she was creating. The winds might howl, the seasons might change, but Asta had become the protector of her own life, and in that role, she found a strength that no one could take from her. As the last light of day faded from the sky and the stars began to shimmer above, Asta sat down by the hearth once more. Her sons were already asleep, their small bodies tucked under the furs she had woven with her own hands. The fire crackled softly as she closed her eyes for a moment, letting the warmth of the flames wash over her. She did not need Sven or any other man to protect her. She had everything she needed, and in that quiet, still moment, Asta knew she had finally found peace. The evening settled quietly around the longhouse as the final flickers of twilight dissolved into the blackness of night. The winds that had once roared through the village now seemed subdued, their icy breath gentle as they whispered through the trees outside. Inside, the longhouse was warm, bathed in the soft glow of the hearth. Asta remained seated by the fire, her eyes fixed on the dancing flames, her mind turning over the choices she had made. Sven's departure had left a ripple in the stillness of the evening, but Asta's resolve had only strengthened in its weight. She had not needed a man to define her worth, not now, not after everything she had endured. There was no longer a desire to retreat into the shadow of her husband's death, no longing for protection from someone else's strength. She had found something much more enduring. Her sons slept soundly in the next room, the soft rise and fall of their chests, a steady reminder of what she was working toward. They were her everything now. The future she would protect at all costs. Their world shifted along with hers, but she could already see the strength in them that had been seeded long before Olaf's death. In Ragnar's boldness and Eric's quiet observation, she saw two boys who would not be weak. They would grow into the kind of men who could stand alone if needed, but who would also understand the value of community, of loyalty, and of the strength in their mother's will. The fire crackled softly as Asta let her thoughts wander. Her mind often turned to Olaf, to the life they had shared. It had not been without its challenges. No life ever was. But there had been a love there, a bond that had felt unbreakable. And yet, in the years since his death, Asta had come to realize something that was both painful and liberating. Love, while important, was not the sole pillar that held up a life. It was the will to survive, the ability to adapt, and the quiet strength that allowed one to keep moving forward, even in the face of unimaginable loss. Asta's heart ached at the thought of Olaf, his laugh, his voice, the way his hand had felt in hers when they had stood together, watching their children grow. But even as she felt that ache, she no longer clung to it as she once had. She no longer felt that the life they had shared was the defining force of her existence. She had grown, slowly, into something else. The builder, the one who would shape the future. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sound at the door, a soft knock, not unlike the one Sven had made earlier that day. Asta arose from her seat by the fire, her feet silent on the wooden floor as steeped. She moved toward the entrance. The door creaked as she opened it, and standing there in the dim light of the evening was a familiar face. Hilda, one of the older women in the village, a widow like herself, and a mother of many children. "I hope I'm not disturbing you," Hilda said, her voice warm but hesitant. "I saw the fire still burning, and thought I'd come by, if you didn't mind." "Not at all," Asta replied, stepping aside to let her in. "Come in, Hilda. It's good to see you." Hilda stepped inside, brushing the snow from her cloak and shaking the chill from her limbs. She was a woman of great age, her face lined with the years of raising children, surviving raids, and enduring the trials of life. Her eyes, though, remained sharp and full of wisdom Asta had often sought when she had first found herself in this new life of widowhood. Once settled by the fire, Hilda took a deep breath, glancing over at Asta with a knowing look in her eyes. "I heard what happened with Sven," she said softly. "The offer he made." Asta nodded, her gaze falling to the flames for a moment. "Yes, he came, as many do, to offer help, but I don't need help in the way he thinks." Hilda nodded slowly, her expression thoughtful. "No, you don't. You've always been strong." Asta, "Stronger than most, I think. But strength doesn't mean there isn't room for something else." Asta raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Hilda said, leaning forward slightly, her voice dropping to a softer, more conspiratorial tone, "that there are things in this world that even the strongest woman cannot do alone. I don't mean protection, as Sven would offer. No, I mean companionship, a kindred spirit, someone who shares the burden of life's weight." Asta's brow furrowed, and she leaned back, considering Hilda's words. "I've had my share of companions, Hilda. I had Olaf, but I don't need another man to fill that space. My heart is not empty." Hilda sighed, her expression softening. "I know, child, I know, but sometimes even the strongest hearts can be made heavy by solitude, and that too is a kind of vulnerability, one that you can't always guard against." The words were quiet but powerful, and Asta could feel their weight in the stillness of the room. She had spent so much of her life, these last few months especially, focused on what she could protect: her sons, her land, the family she was rebuilding. She had wrapped herself in her strength like a cloak, unwilling to let anyone or anything else threaten it. Yet, as Hilda spoke, Asta felt a crack in that fortress she had so carefully built around herself. She had thought that the loss of Olaf had left her with nothing but sorrow and the weight of widowhood. She had believed that the grief, though not consuming, would forever linger like an unanswered question. But now, with Hilda's words echoing in the quiet of Longhouse, Asta understood something she had not fully realized before. There was strength in allowing herself to feel the absence of Olaf. To acknowledge the hole that had been left in her heart was power in vulnerability, in understanding that she could both protect her family and still miss the companionship that had once been hers. She did not have to choose between being strong and being human. She could be both, and in that realization, she found a new kind of strength, the strength to allow herself to heal, to let go of the idea that she must always carry the weight of the world alone. Hilda, sensing the shift in Asta, gave her a knowing smile. "I'm not telling you to remarry, Asta. I'm not even suggesting you go looking for it. But there is something to be said for sharing your life with another, whether they are family, friends, or even a companion. We are not meant to live alone, not fully. You've built a strong life for yourself, and I am proud of you. But don't be afraid of what else the future might hold. It might surprise you." Asta sat in silence, letting Hilda's words settle into her. She had not expected this conversation, not from Hilda. Of it was the truth she needed to hear. She did not have to carry her burdens alone, and that didn't make her weak. It made her human. The fire crackled and popped, the warmth of the flames filling the longhouse as Asta looked down at her hands. The same hands that had once been held by Olaf, the same hands that had worked tirelessly for the future of her children. She was not alone in the way she had feared. She had herself. She had her children. And in time, she would find a new kind of peace, one that allowed for both strength and softness, for independence and connection. The winds outside began to rise again, a low, steady howl in the distance. But inside, Asta felt a calmness settle over her, as if she had weathered the storm and was now standing in the eye of it, ready for whatever might come next. As Hilda rose to leave, Asta followed her to the door, her heart lighter than it had been in months. "Thank you, Hilda," she said softly. "You're welcome, Asta," Hilda replied, a knowing smile on her face. "And remember, you don't have to carry everything on your own. The world will offer what it offers. Let it." And with that, she stepped into the night, leaving Asta standing in the warmth of her home, the fire flickering softly behind her. The world was vast and full of uncertainty, but Asta knew now she was ready to face it, not as a widow, not as a woman defined by what she had lost, but as a mother, as a woman of strength, and as someone who had finally embraced her own humanity. As the night deepened, Asta stood in the doorway for a moment, her gaze lost in the darkness beyond the longhouse. The village was quiet now, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. The stars above shone cold and distant, a blanket of light spread across the vast, endless sky. It felt as though the world was holding its breath, the stillness of the moment wrapping around Asta like a soft, heavy cloak. Inside the longhouse, the fire continued to burn brightly, its warmth spilling out into the shadows, away from the door, closing it with a soft creak. She moved back to the hearth where the embers still glowed faintly, casting their steady, rhythmic light across the room. The warmth from the fire felt comforting against the chill that had settled in her bones after the evening's conversation. Hilda's words still echoed in Asta's mind, weaving through her thoughts like the sound of the wind. "You don't have to carry everything on your own." The truth of that statement stirred something deep within her, something she had been too afraid to acknowledge. For so long, she had carried the weight of Olaf's absence, of widowhood, of the loss of what she had once known. But perhaps there was more to her life than just surviving, more than the simple act of enduring the world alone. Asta walked over to where her sons lay sleeping, their small bodies curled beneath the furs. Ragnar's brow was furrowed, in the way it always was when he slept, and Eric's breathing was slow and steady, like the rhythm of the seasons changing. She watched them for a moment, a sense of tenderness filling her chest. They were her everything, her future, and yet, even as she watched over them, Asta knew she had more to offer the world than just their mother. There was a part of her that had to be true to herself, to her own heart, in order to be the best mother she could be. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and then returned to the fire. Her thoughts were interrupted when she heard the faint sound of footsteps outside. At first, she thought it was just the wind, but then the knocking came, quiet but persistent. Asta's heart skipped a beat. She wasn't expecting anyone else this late in the evening. Still, she rose, brushing her hands against her skirt, and made her way to the door once more. Opening it, she was surprised to find no one standing there, but lying on the doorstep was a bundle wrapped in fur, carefully secured and resting on the stone ground. Asta's breath caught in her throat. She bent down, her hands shaking slightly as she untied the cloth. Inside there was a small wooden box, intricately carved, with a delicate pattern of vines and leaves winding across its surface. The box was small enough to fit in her hand, and it felt oddly warm, as though it had been recently handled. Curious and cautious, Asta took the box inside and set it on the table. She could not remember ever receiving such a gift. It was not from Sven nor any of the other villagers who had been so kind in their offers of help. It was a mystery. For a moment, she hesitated, but then, as though guided by something beyond her control, she slowly opened the box. Inside, nestled carefully on a bed of soft cloth, was a pendant, a piece of jewelry that caught the firelight and shimmered with an almost unworldly glow. It was a pendant unlike anything she had ever seen. The design was simple and elegant, made of silver with a small gemstone in its center. The stone was dark, almost black, yet when Asta held it to the light, she could see deep, swirling patterns moving within it, as though it were alive. Asta's fingers brushed against the pendant, feeling the cool metal against her skin. There was a sense of familiarity in the object, as though it were meant for her, as though it had always been a part of her life, waiting to be discovered. She couldn't explain why, but the feeling washed over her in waves she couldn't ignore. The pendant was not just an ornament. It was a message, something calling to her from the past, something that demanded her attention. She sat there for a long time, staring at the pendant in the soft firelight. It was a question, a riddle without an answer. Who had left it for her? Why? What did it mean? There were too many unknowns, too many layers to peel back. But one thing was clear. The pendant had a purpose, and that purpose would be revealed in time. Just then, Ragnar stirred in his sleep. A small murmur escaping his lips, Asta snapped back to the present, her hands still resting on the box. She had not heard him wake, but now that she did, she could feel his presence. She gently closed the box, tucking the pendant safely inside once more, and moved to her son's side, blinking up at her, his wide eyes filled with the softness of sleep, but still holding the curiosity of a child. "Is everything well, Mother?" Ragnar asked sleepily, his voice barely more than a whisper. Asta smiled down at him, brushing his hair from his forehead. "Yes, everything is fine, my love. Go back to sleep." Ragnar nodded, snuggling deeper into the furs, his small hand grasping the edge of the blanket. Asta stood still for a moment, watching him, and then returned her gaze to the pendant. She didn't know what it meant, but she knew she would find out. She always did. She had learned that much from the years of hardship she had already endured. As she closed the box and set it gently aside, she thought of the road ahead, the path that lay before her and her sons. The world outside was still uncertain, the future unclear, but Asta no longer feared it. She knew that the strength she needed would come in time, not in the form of protection or the power of another man's will, but in the quiet certainty that she could shape her own destiny. And as the night stretched on, with the wind now howling once more outside, Asta took one last look at the pendant. It was a symbol, she realized, of something more, something greater than herself. It was a sign that the past and the future were intertwined, that the journey she had begun was far from over. In the silence of the longhouse, with fire crackling softly beside her, Asta knew she would continue to walk this path with courage, with the memory of Olaf beside her, and with the strength she had forged from the loss and the love that had come before her. Whatever lay ahead, she would face it as she always had, with a steady heart and the unshakable belief that she could endure. The night deepened, and with it, Asta felt a sense of peace settle within her. The weight of the world no longer a burden, but a call to rise again. She had her children, her land, and now she had a new purpose, one that would carry her forward into whatever the future held. The night stretched on, and Asta sat by the hearth, staring into the flickering flames, her thoughts drifting like the smoke curling from the fire. The house was quiet now, save for the soft, rhythmic breathing of Ragnar and Eric as they slept. In the stillness, Asta felt a sense of deep reflection. The world outside had been harsh, but it had also shaped her into someone she had never expected to become, a woman who was both strong and tender, independent yet capable of embracing the lessons life had to offer. The pendant rested in its wooden box beside her, its side, dark gemstone shimmering faintly in the low light. She had almost forgotten about it for a moment, but now as her gaze returned to it, she couldn't shake the feeling that this small, mysterious object held something far more significant than she could understand. It was as if the pendant carried with it a piece of her past, a thread woven into the fabric of her story, one that had yet to be fully revealed. Asta reached out and touched the box once more. The smooth wood felt cool under her fingertips, its texture comforting in its simplicity. She gently opened it again, lifting the pendant from its resting place. As she held it in her hand, she felt an undeniable pull toward it, as if it were meant for her. Inside, it shifted in the firelight, its deep black surface now flickering with flashes of dark blue and green, like the depths of an endless sea. There was something almost alive about it, as though it had a pulse of its own. Her thoughts were interrupted by a familiar noise, the sound of footsteps approaching. Asta looked up, startled, and saw Ragnar standing in the doorway, his small frame silhouetted against the glow of the fire. His eyes were wide, still clouded by the haze of sleep, but his curiosity was unmistakable. Mother, Ragnar's voice was small, unsure, yet full of the same boldness that Asta had seen in him since he was a child. "What is that?" Asta smiled softly, her heart swelling with warmth at the sight of him. It's just a pendant, Ragnar. A gift of sorts? Who gave it to you?" Ragnar asked, stepping closer as though drawn by some unseen force. His gaze fixed on the pendant, his eyes, so much like Olaf's, sparkled with an intensity that reminded Asta of the days when Olaf would return from his raids, eager to share stories of distant lands. "I don't know," Asta replied, her voice quiet. "It appeared on our doorstep this evening, and I don't know who left it or why, but there's something about it. Something that calls to me." Ragnar was quiet for a moment, his small hands reaching out to gently touch the pendant. Asta didn't stop him. There was something in the way his fingers brushed against the stone. Something that made her believe he too could feel the same pull she had. Perhaps it was the same connection she felt, the sense that this small object held a key to something deeper, something hidden from view. "Is it magic?" Ragnar asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Asta chuckled softly, but the laughter didn't quite reach her eyes. "I don't know, Ragnar. Perhaps, but it feels important, doesn't it?" Ragnar nodded gravely, his young face serious. "It feels like he is meant to be with us." Asta looked at her son, her heart full of a love she couldn't easily express. It was strange how something so small could make her feel so connected to the future. Ragnar's words were simple, yet profound, and in them, Asta felt a wave of emotion wash over her. The future, yes, she was fighting for it every day, but she was not alone in this fight. Ragnar and Eric were her strength, and Eric, together they would carry on. As Ragnar handed the pendant back to Asta, she felt a sense of resolution settle in her chest. Whatever this pendant meant, whatever its origins were, it was now part of their story. She would hold on to it, not as a mere trinket, but as a symbol of their resilience, a reminder that even in the face of loss, they could find a way forward. The unknowns of their life would no longer be a source of fear. Instead, they would be a part of their journey. Journey Asta now saw as something more than mere survival. With the pendant in her hand, Asta stood up and moved toward the window, looking out into the night. The world beyond the long house was still and quiet, the snow blanketing the earth like flight, a thick quilt hiding the dangers of the wild. But there was something different in the way she saw it. Now, the world, for all its harshness, was full of possibility. There was so much more waiting for her and her sons, if only they were right, willing to step forward and face it together. For the first time in a long while, Asta felt an overwhelming sense of peace. The road ahead was uncertain, but it was no longer something to dread. She had carved out a life for herself in the wake of Olaf's death. She had found strength in her vulnerability, and in the quiet moments of grief, she had come to realize that she was not the woman she had once been. She was more. She was a mother, a protector, and a woman who could stand tall, no matter what came her way. Asta turned from the window and walked back to where Ragnar had settled beside Eric. She sat down between them, her son snuggled into the warmth of the furs. Their breaths were slow and steady, the peace of slow and steady sleep settling over them like a soft blanket. Asta reached for the pendant once more and held it tightly in her hand. "This will be part of our journey," she whispered softly, her voice steady and full of purpose. "And whatever comes, we will face it together." She placed the pendant in the small wooden box and closed it gently, her fingers lingering for a moment on the smooth surface. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting a steady glow over the room. Asta sat quietly, watching her children sleep, the weight of the past and the uncertainty of the future mingling in the space between them. But there, in the stillness of the longhouse, Asta felt something she had not felt in a long time. Hope, the kind of hope that could only come from a life rebuilt, a heart mended, and a family united. There were still unknowns, still challenges to face, but Asta knew she would face them head on, with her children by her side. The night stretched on, and Asta, for the first time in months, felt at peace. There would be storms to weather, both inside and out. But she was ready. She was ready to step forward with strength, with love, and with the certainty that no matter the road ahead, she would never be alone. The fire flickered softly, and in the quiet, Asta closed her eyes, allowing the warmth to wrap around her like a protective shield. Tomorrow would come, and with it, another day to carve her path, to guide her sons, and to live in the strength of the woman she had become. The stillness of the longhouse lingered around Asta, her thoughts calm and steady as she sat in the warmth of the hearth. The soft light from the fire flickered in rhythmic pulses, casting shadows that seemed to move with the ebb and flow of her breath. For the first time since Olaf's death, she felt the weight of her lost ease, not because she had forgotten him, but because she had found something more. A sense of peace, a quiet acceptance of the life that was hers now. The pendant lay on the table beside her, its dark gemstone glimmering faintly, as though waiting for the right moment to reveal its secret. It had become something more than just a mysterious gift. It had become a symbol of everything she had come through, everything she was still building. Asta's fingers brushed lightly over its surface, once lightly over its surface, once more, and for a moment, she allowed herself to imagine the life she might yet have. A life that didn't look backward to the past, but instead reached forward toward a future that, though uncertain, was now full of possibility. Ragnar and Eric, the soft rise and fall of their chests, a comforting sound in the stillness of the night. The years ahead would be difficult. She knew that. There were always hardships, always storms to weather. But in that quiet room, surrounded by the warmth of her children, Asta realized she no longer feared what lay ahead. She would face it as she always had, with the strength she had built from the ground up, not as a widow, but as a woman who had learned to navigate the world with courage and heart. As the days passed and the world outside shifted with the changing of the seasons, Asta found herself more certain of the path she was walking. She had not rushed to make decisions after that evening when the pendant had appeared, but now, without time, she had found clarity. There were still many things she did not know about the future, but there was one thing she had learned beyond a shadow of a doubt. She could do this. She could protect her sons, guide them, and lead them into a future where they would not simply survive, but thrive. It was early spring when Asta began to see signs that her decision was already shaping the world around her. The village had started to change, albeit slowly. The other women began to look to her for advice and guidance, just as she had once looked to Hilda and the others. There were whispers of admiration, but more importantly, there was respect for the woman who had faced the loss of her husband, the harshness of her husband, widowhood, and had still chosen to forge ahead with strength and purpose. One day, as Asta walked through the village, she noticed that the way the others looked at her had shifted. It wasn't pity, nor was it the cold indifference she had once felt. There was a warmth in their gazes now, a quiet acknowledgement of the paths she had chosen. Some of the older women, once distant and hesitant in their dealings with her, now spoke to her as an equal, as a woman who had proven her worth in a way that went beyond traditional roles. They no longer saw her as just a widow. They saw her as a woman who had risen from the ashes of her grief, a woman who was more than the loss of her husband. Asta's days were filled with work, of course. She spent her mornings in the fields, working the land with the boys, teaching them how to plant and tend to the crops, just as Olaf had taught her. There were tasks to be done, fires to be built, and meals to be prepared. But now, in the quiet moments, there was also a new sense of connection. Asta had begun to take a more active role in the life of the village, organizing gatherings, helping to coordinate the work that needed to be done, and offering her wisdom when it was asked of her. The other women had come to realize that Asta was not merely surviving, she was thriving, and in doing so, she had become a silent leader among them. It was a leadership born of experience, of hardship, and of the quiet strength that had carried her through her darkest days. She had something that could not be taught, resilience. And it was this resilience that had earned her the respect of those around her. One afternoon, as Asta worked in the garden, a familiar figure, approached her. It was Hilda, the older woman who had visited her several times since Olaf's death. This time, however, Hilda's expression was more serious than usual. She stood at the edge of the garden, watching Asta for a moment before she spoke. Asta, Hilda began, her voice low and steady. There's something we need to talk about. The village is changing, and with it there are things we must prepare for. She had always trusted Hilda's counsel, and there was something in her tone that made Asta's heart beat faster. Something was happening. What do you mean? Asta asked, her curiosity piqued. Hilda took a deep breath, glancing around to make sure no one else was nearby before speaking. The raiders are planning another campaign, she said quietly. And this time, they might not stop at the borderlands. There are whispers of a larger attack, one that could reach us here. Asta's heart sank, but she quickly composed herself. The thought of more raids, more violence, was something she had tried not to think about. But the world she lived in was always on the edge of chaos, always teetering between survival and destruction. What can we do? Asta asked, her voice steady but filled with concern. Hilda's eyes softened. The warriors are preparing, of course, but there is something more that needs to be done. There is talk of fortifying the village, of gathering supplies, ensuring that the women and children are protected if the worst comes to pass. Asta felt a surge of determination rise within her. She had never been one to wait for others to act. The village needed leadership now, and she had proven that she could provide it. She had seen the signs of what was coming, and she knew it in this moment. She could not remain passive. It was time to act, to prepare. Oh, help, Asta said firmly, her eyes meeting Hilda's. Whatever we need to do, I'm ready. Hilda nodded, her expression approving but wary. You have the heart of a warrior, Asta. We'll need you now, more than ever. Over the next few days, Asta's life took on a new urgency. The village began to rally together, preparing for what was to come. The men worked on fortifying the walls of the settlement, repairing the barricades and strengthening the gate. The women, under Asta's guidance, began to gather supplies, food, weapons, and medical herbs. It was a quiet but effective form of preparation, one that relied on the strength of the community, on each individual doing their part. Asta was not a warrior, and she knew it, but she was a leader, and in this moment, that was what the village needed. She worked tirelessly, coordinating efforts, ensuring that every person in the village knew their role. The tension was palpable, but there was also a sense of purpose that had never existed before. The villagers were no longer divided by fear or uncertainty. They were united by the shared knowledge that survival depended on each and every one of them. As the days passed, Asta found herself standing at the heart of the village, watching as the warriors sharpened their blades and the women prepared their homes. It was a strange sense of calm that settled over her. She knew the danger was real, but there was something in the air now, something that told her they would be ready. The fire in the hearth flickered once more as Asta stepped back into her home, her thoughts still focused on the preparations. Ragnar and Eric were playing in the corner, their laughter filling the room like a sweet melody. In that moment, Asta knew that whatever the future held, she would protect them. She had protect them. She had learned the hard way that nothing was certain, but she had also learned that nothing could break her spirit. The winds outside began to rise once again, but in the longhouse, Asta felt the warmth of the fire and the strength of her own resolve. The storm might come, but she was ready to face it, not alone, but with her village, her children, and the unshakable will to survive. The winds outside howled through the trees, their cries almost as fierce as the stories whispered by the old women of the village, the ones that spoke of invasions and bloodshed, of warriors who came from across the seas with fire in their eyes and swords in their hands. Yet, inside the longhouse, Asta sat with a quiet, steady heart. Her eyes were fixed on the fire, its warmth filling her body and mind, chasing away the lingering chill that had settled deep within her bones. Since the day she first heard of the raiders' approach, she had not expected to find herself in this position. Once the world had seemed small, defined by the boundaries of family, home, and the steady rhythm of daily life. But since Olaf's death, everything had changed. Every decision had become weighted with the knowledge that the world was not as secure as she once believed. She had learned in those long months of grief that survival was not guaranteed, no matter how strong or prepared one might be. But now, in the stillness of the longhouse, with the crackling of the fire and the steady breath of her children as they slept, Asta realized that she had found her purpose. The village was her family now. She had been entrusted with their well-being, and she would not fail them. There was a quiet strength in knowing that, no matter what the future held, she would face it with everything she had. Outside, the preparations for the raid were in full swing. The men had worked tirelessly, reinforcing the defenses, preparing their weapons, and strategizing for the worst. The women, under Asta's guidance, had gathered supplies, fortified their homes, and made sure that every child, every elder, had a place to take shelter should the raiders come. It was a strange kind of unity that had blossomed among them, one born not of hope, but of necessity. Yet, in Asta's heart, she felt something else, the strength of her community, bound not by blood, but by shared survival. The days leading up to the raid were tense. The village had fallen into a quiet rhythm, each person performing their tasks, their movements purposeful, their eyes ever watchful. The men took their positions at the borders of the settlement, preparing for the moment the enemy would come. The women continued their work, knowing that their role, while different, was just as crucial. Asta moved among them, offering her support, her strength, her leadership. There was no fear in her now. There was only a quiet certainty that, whatever came, she and her village would stand together. One evening, as the sun began to set, Asta stood at the edge of the village, gazing out toward the distant horizon. The sky was painted in hues of purple and orange, the setting sun casting long shadows across the snow-covered ground. It was a peaceful scene, almost idyllic in its beauty, but beneath it, the tension still lingered. The warriors would leave at dawn. The women and children would remain behind, waiting, praying that the walls would hold, that the enemy would be turned away before they could reach their gates. Asta closed her eyes for a moment, the wind tugging at her hair, the chill on her face, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the long house. Around her was vast, uncertain, and yet she felt an unwavering connection to it. This was her home. These were her people. She would do everything in her power to protect them. Mother! Mother! Ragnar's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She turned to see him standing a few paces behind her, his small frame silhouetted against the dimming sky. There was a question in his eyes, a quiet uncertainty that reminded Asta of the boy he had once been, the boy who had looked to her for answers, for guidance, for protection. Yes, Ragnar, Asta said softly, her voice steady but warm. Are we safe here? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as though the question itself carried the weight of an unspoken fear. Asta knelt beside him, her hands resting on his shoulders as she looked him in the eye. Her heart ached for him in that moment. She could see the fear in his eyes, the same fear she had felt when Olaf had first left for battle. The fear of the unknown, the fear of loss. We are safe, Ragnar, she said, her voice firm but gentle. We are, as long as we stand together. We are safe. No enemy can break us if we stand as one. Do you understand? Ragnar nodded slowly, his small hand reaching out to take hers. I understand, he said quietly. Asta smiled, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. Good, good. Now go inside. It's cold out here. Ragnar nodded again and ran back toward the longhouse, leaving Asta standing alone in the growing dusk. She watched him go, her heart swelling with pride and love. He was strong, just as Olaf had been. He would grow into a fine young man, one who could face the world with courage and wisdom. Asta's job was not to shield him from the dangers that lay ahead, but to prepare him to face them head on, just as she had learned to do. As she made her way back to the longhouse, the wind picked up again, whistling through the trees, carrying with it the scent of snow and ice. The fire in the hearth was already burning brightly when Asta stepped inside, her son sitting by its side, glow wrapped in blanket. The village was preparing for what might come, and Asta knew that, whatever happened, she would face it with them. The next morning, As dawn broke across the horizon, Asta stood at the threshold of the longhouse, watching the warriors prepare to leave. Their faces were hard, their eyes filled with the resolve of those who had accepted the inevitability of battle. They knew what lay ahead. They knew that some of them would not return, but they had their duty, and they would carry it out with honor. "Good luck," Asta said softly as they passed, her voice carrying the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. The warriors nodded, their expressions unreadable. It was not the time for words, only actions. As they disappeared into the morning mist, Asta turned back toward the long house. Her sons were already awake, waiting for her. "Mother, what happens now?" Ragnar asked, his voice filled with the same quiet curiosity that had marked his youth. Asta kneeled down in front of him, her hands resting on his shoulders. "Now we wait," she said. "Now we wait," she said. "We wait and prepare, and we stay strong no matter what." The day passed in a quiet, tense rhythm. The villagers moved with purpose, completing the last of their preparations, reinforcing the walls, double-checking the gates, and ensuring that the children had enough food and warmth to last through whatever might come. Asta kept busy moving among the women, offering her guidance and support. She did not let the uncertainty of the future overwhelm her. She focused on the present, on what she could control. As the sun began to set again, the village seemed to hold its breath. The warriors had not yet returned, and there was no word of their progress. Asta stood at the edge of the village once more, her eyes scanning the horizon. The snow-covered ground stretched out before her, the darkness growing deeper with each passing moment. It was then that she heard it, the faint sound of hooves in the distance. Her heart skipped a beat, and she strained her eyes, trying to make out the shapes moving across the snow. The raiders, or the warriors, returning. The sound grew louder, closer, and soon she could see the figures clearly. It was the warriors, returning home. Asta's heart surged with relief, and she moved quickly toward them, her steps quickening with each passing second. As they neared, she saw the faces of the men, their expressions worn but triumphant. They had faced the enemy, and they had held their ground. The raid had been repelled. The village was safe. Dismounted and approached her. "You've done it," she said, her voice full of emotion. "You've saved us." The leader of the warriors, a tall man with a grizzled beard, nodded grimly. "We fought well," he said, "but the danger is never far behind. We have only one for now. The enemy will return." Asta nodded, her heart heavy, but full of pride. The battle was won, but the war would continue. The village had survived this time, but the future was still uncertain. It would take strength, courage, and unity to face the challenges ahead, and she would face them, as she would face them, always with her sons, her people, and the unshakable will to protect them all. The warriors' return to the village brought a sigh of relief, but the truth of the world they inhabited had not changed. The quiet victory was only temporary, and not changed. Asta knew that this reprieve would not last forever. Even as the warriors dismounted and exchanged words with the village elders, a somber air lingered in the space between them, as thick as the cold settled over the land at night. Men gathered around the fire that night. Asta joined them, sitting quietly at the edge of the gathering. She had been a part of many such moments in the past, when Olaf had been alive and the village had felt complete. But now she only watched. Weight of the years pressing down on her chest. Despite the relief that they had won this battle, there was an undeniable sense of unease. What if the next raid was worse? What if the enemy returned with greater force? What would the village do then? She took a deep breath, steadying herself as she thought of her sons. Ragnar and Eric were playing in the corner of the longhouse, their youthful laughter a stark contrast to the heavy silence of the men. Asta smiled faintly, watching them. They were still young, still innocent to the full weight of the world. But soon, she knew, they would come to understand just how fragile their safety was. She would prepare them, just as she had prepared herself. A deep voice broke through her thoughts, drawing her attention back to the circle of men around the fire. It was Bjorn, one of the older warriors, his face weathered by years of battle. He had fought beside Olaf many times, and had known Asta since her youth. Asta, he said, his voice low and gravelly. You've done well. The village is safe because of your leadership. Asta nodded, grateful for the recognition, but not fully comfortable with it. We all played our part, Bjorn, she said, her eyes scanning, she said. The gathered warriors. Without the strength of the men, there would be no defense. Without the women, there would be no food, no warmth. We all have a role to play, The men nodded, murmuring their agreement. But Bjorn was not done. Bjorn was not done. Leaned forward slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied Asta. There's something more we need to discuss. The raiders we faced were not from our usual enemies. They were different. Better equipped. We fought them off this time. Better equipped. Next time, it might not be so easy. Asta's heart sank. What do you mean? They came with more than just weapons. They were organized, and they knew exactly where to strike, Bjorn continued. They knew the weaknesses of our village. We cannot ignore this. Asta's mind raced as the words settled in. She had known that the world was growing more dangerous, but hearing it from someone like Bjorn, someone who had lived through so many battles, made it all the more real. The village was vulnerable, and it wasn't just a matter of survival now. It was a matter of outsmarting the enemy before they could strike again. What should we do? Asta asked, her voice steady, though a sense of urgency burned in her chest. We must prepare, Bjorn said, his gaze unwavering. We cannot wait for the enemy to come to us again. We must find out who is behind this, who is organizing the raid, and we must gather more warriors, more resources. If we don't, we might not be so fortunate next time. Asta felt the weight of his words settle over her like a cold fog. The warriors had done their best, but the threat was far from over it, and in a way, the real battle had just begun, not with swords or shields, but with the invisible forces that threatened to tear apart the fabric of their world. I will speak with the other women, Asta said after a long pause, preparing for what might come. If the enemy is more organized, then so must we be. Bjorn nodded, his expression softening. I knew you would say that. You are the strength of this village. Asta, you and your sons. Asta stood up, a quiet determination settling in her chest. She had always carried the weight of the village on her shoulders. But now she understood that it was not just about protecting her family. It was about protecting everyone. The warriors had fought valiantly, but the real battle was one of survival. One that required every single person in the village to pull together and face the uncertain future. As the warriors discussed their next steps, Asta quietly slipped away from the fire and made her way back to the longhouse. Ragnar and Eric were still playing, the innocent laughter filling the room. She could hear the sounds of the warriors' conversation behind her, the murmurs of strategies and preparations, but her focus remained on her sons. She stopped at the doorway, watching them for a long moment. Ragnar was teaching Eric how to build a small wooden figure, his small hands clumsily carving at the piece of wood. Asta smiled, a deep sense of pride filling her. They were still sense of pride filling her. Young, but they had strength in them, strength that would grow with each passing year. She would teach them what Olaf had taught her, and more. They would not only survive, they would thrive. As the sun set and the darkness settled over the village, Asta felt a sense of quiet resolve. The night was colder now, and the stars above twinkled in the black sky. She stepped outside, her breath visible in the air. She walked toward the edge of the village, where the warriors had gathered to strategize. The men were talking quietly, preparing for the future. But it was not just the men who would decide what happened next. Asta had her own role to play, one that would not be defined by the past, but by the future she was determined to build. We cannot stand still, she whispered to herself, her gaze fixed on the horizon. We cannot be afraid. We must act. The world around her was vast and full of danger, but Asta felt a sense of power deep within her. She had faced the worst of what life could throw at her, and she had come out stronger on the other side, and she would do it again. She would protect her sons, her village, and herself. She would not let fear control her. Not now. Not ever. Nah, Min whispered to the trees. Asta returned to the long house inside. The fire still burned brightly, and her still burned brightly. Suns had settled into the warmth of the firs. A sense of peace, of quiet purpose, filled the room. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new decisions, but Asta was ready. She had learned, in the quiet moments and in the battles, that strength did not come from the sword but from within. It was the courage to stand, to face the unknown, and to fight for those who depended on you. She sat beside her sons, wrapping them in the warmth of the blankets and the love that filled the room. The world beyond the longhouse was uncertain, but inside there was peace. The future, whatever it held, would be faced with strength, unity, and love. As the days passed and the preparations continued, Asta's resolve only grew stronger. She had always been a woman of quiet determination, but now there was a new sense of urgency in her step, a deeper awareness that the world beyond their village was shifting. The raid had been a warning, a reminder that they could never afford to relax or feel secure. The village was small, vulnerable in ways that could not be ignored. The warriors had come together, pooling their knowledge of the enemy and their strategies for the coming months. Asta sat with them during their meetings, listening, offering her own thoughts, and watching as the village elders debated the best course of action. While the men discussed battle plans, Asta worked behind the scenes, gathering the women, preparing supplies, and ensuring that while the village was fortified in every way possible, she had come to understand that her strength was not just in leadership, but in her ability to adapt, to respond to the needs of her people. Her sons were always at her side, learning the ways of her side. Survival, Ragnar, now 12, had begun to show a natural sense of leadership. He carried himself with the same quiet authority that Olaf had, and Asta could see him growing into a fine young man, one who would one day lead with wisdom and strength. Eric, just a year younger, had a different nature. He was quieter, more introspective, and often lost in his thoughts, but there was a sharpness to him, a keen sense of observation that Asta knew would serve him well in the years to come. Each day, as they worked, Asta would remind them of the years to come. Importance of unity. We stand together, she would say. As a family, as a village, we are stronger. No enemy can break us unless we let them. The days were long, filled with tasks that had to be completed. The men worked to reinforce that had to be completed walls, repairing the gates and building defenses. The women gathered herbs, dried meats, and other necessities to ensure that the village could withstand any prolonged siege. The children, under the watchful eyes of the older women, were taught how to help with the work, how to carry water, tend the fires, and keep the longhouses in order. Everyone had a role to play, and every role was vital. One afternoon, as Asta was walking through the village, she noticed a group of men gathering at the center of the settlement. Their faces were grim, their expressions tense, and Asta's stomach clenched. She had seen this look before. It was the look of preparation, the kind of determination that preceded a difficult decision. She approached them slowly, her eyes scanning the group. Bjorn, the seasoned warrior, was among them. When he saw her, he nodded slightly and motioned for her to join them. Asta's heart quickened. She had been expecting this moment, the one where the final plans would be set in motion. "We have to move quickly," Bjorn said as Asta approached. "The raiders have been spotted again, farther south than we expected. We'll need to gather our forces and strike before they can attack." Asta listened intently, the weight of the situation pressing down on her shoulders. The raiders were closing in again, and this time they were not just testing the village's defenses. They were coming for it. "We'll need to gather our warriors," she said, her voice calm but firm. "And we must ensure the safety of the women and children." Bjorn nodded. "We've already started assembling the fighters, but there's something we need to discuss. The raiders are getting bolder. We need to plan not just for defense, but for an offense that will push them back for good. Asta felt a surge of urgency. She had long known that the village's safety was tied to its ability to protect itself, but now it seemed that the only way to protect itself, ensure that safety, was to take the fight to the raiders before they could strike again. I agree, Asta said firmly. We cannot wait for them to come to us. We need to act first, and we need to be ready for anything. The group of men murmured in agreement, and Asta's eyes flickered over each of their faces. There was no doubt in her mind that they would fight. The question was how best to prepare the village for what was to come. Need to secure the mountain pass, she said after a long pause. It's the only route the raiders can use to reach us quickly. If we control that pass, we control their movement. Bijon's eyes darkened. It's a dangerous move. The pass is narrow, difficult to defend, but it's the best option we have. We don't have time to hesitate. Asta replied, her voice steady. Gather the warriors, prepare the defenses, and get the women and children to the safe hold. Hurry the women and prepare the supplies. We need to be ready for whatever happens. Bijon nodded, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Groan, Asta. We've all seen it. Asta held his gaze, not flinching. She had grown, yes, but in this moment, it was not about her growth, her leadership, or her past. It was about ensuring that the future of her sons, her village, and everything she had worked for remained intact. As the days passed, the village came together with a renewed sense of purpose. Asta threw herself into the preparations, guiding the women and children as they gathered food, weapons, and medical supplies. The men moved with determination, their steps quick as they reinforced the village walls and prepared for the battle ahead. There was no fear, no hesitation, only action, driven by the collective will to protect what was theirs. The final preparations were made on the eve of battle. Asta stood at the edge of the village once more, the cold wind tugging at her cloak as she looked out over the horizon. The sky was dark, the stars faint against the encroaching clouds. There was a sense of stillness in the air, a calm before the storm. Ragnar stood beside her, his small face set with a serious expression. Mother, will we be safe? Asta turned to him, her heart swelling with love and pride. Yes, Ragnar, she said softly, her voice unwavering. You will be safe. We are strong, and we have each other. Eric joined them then, his eyes wide but filled with the same determination that had been in his brother's gaze. Asta knelt down to them, wrapping them both in the warmth of her embrace. She kissed each of their foreheads, her heart full. We are a family, she whispered, and as long as we stand together, nothing can defeat us. The boys nodded, their faces full of trust in her. And in that moment, Asta knew that no matter what the future held, she had already won. She had built a life, a family, and a village that was strong enough to face anything. As she stood up, the warriors gathered around the fire, their faces set with determination. Asta joined them, her heart steady, her resolve unshakable. The battle ahead would not be easy, but she would lead her village, sons and herself through it, as she always had. The fire flickered brightly, casting long shadows across the gathered faces. The night was quiet, the calm before the storm, and as Asta looked around at the men, women, and children who stood beside her, she knew that no matter what came next, they would face it together. The stillness of the night was broken only by the occasional sound of the wind rattling the branches of the trees. The village seemed to hold its breath, waiting. As Asta stood at the edge of the gathering fire, she could hear the murmurs of the warriors as they prepared, sharpening their weapons, checking their armor, and making sure their minds were clear for the battle that lay ahead. There was an air of anticipation in the village, a palpable tension, but it was tempered by something else, unity. The village was not alone in this fight. Everyone, from the youngest child to the eldest elder, was preparing in their own way, contributing to the collective effort. Asta had never seen the village so determined, never seen the village so united, so determined. Bond they shared now was not just one of necessity, but of strength. It was a bond that ran deeper than just survival. It was a bond forged in the fire of adversity, and it was a bond that would carry them through whatever came next. Quietly, watching as the warriors made their final preparations, among them was Bijon veteran, whose years of experience had earned him the respect of every man in the village. He walked toward her, his face solemn but resolute. "Asta," he said, his deep voice low but clear. "We fortify the pass as best as we can. It's narrow, but we'll be able to hold it. We'll need your leadership, though. We'll need your leadership, though. Once the fighting starts, we can't afford to let the enemy breach the village." Asta nodded, her heart steady despite the weight of his words. She had known that this would be her role, not to fight with sword and shield, but to lead, to keep her people focused and strong when the chaos of battle inevitably came in. She could feel the weight of the responsibility on her shoulders, but it did not overwhelm her. If anything, it solidified her resolve. "Well, hold the pass," Asta said, her voice unwavering. "We have everything. We need to fight this battle, and we will." Bjorn gave her a nod of approval, his eyes filled with the quiet respect of a man who had seen many battles and understood the value of strong leadership. "I have no doubt," he said. "You've proven that before." As he turned back to the fire, Asta stayed behind for a moment, her thoughts turning inward. She could feel the presence of her sons, even though they were not yet old enough to join in the defense. They were at the edge of that longhouse, watching from a distance, their faces full of curiosity and concern. Asta's heart ached for them. They were young, too young to understand the full gravity of the situation, but she could see in their eyes the same determination that she had always carried. They were her strength, and they would be ready when their time came. Asta knew the night ahead would be difficult. The warriors would be facing a foe they had not yet fully understood. The raiders were not like the fully understood ones they had faced before. They were more organized, better equipped, and their numbers were uncertain. But there was something in Asta's heart that told her it would succeed. The village had survived worse. It had survived loss, hardship, and the uncertainty of each new day. And now, in the face of this new threat, it would stand together as it always had. Asta moved toward the longhouse, her mind focused on the tasks that lay ahead. There was still much to do. Organizing the women, preparing the shelters, ensuring that the children were safe and out of harm's way. But there was also something else that needed her attention. The pendant, still tucked away in its small wooden box, called to her. She had not thought about it since the day it had appeared, but now as the battle loomed, she felt a strange sense of connection to it. She wasn't sure why, but it felt important, like a piece of the puzzle that was yet to be revealed. Entering the longhouse, Asta went to the table where the box lay. She opened it slowly, her fingers brushing over the smooth wood before lifting the pendant. It glinted softly in the firelight, its dark gemstone reflecting the flames with a mysterious glow. Asta felt the same pull toward it that she had felt before. There was something ancient about it, something that resonated deep within her. It was not just an ornament, it was a key to something. Though she wasn't sure what, she held it in her hand for a moment, letting silence settle around her before slipping it into her pouch. She didn't know why, but she knew it had to be with her. It was a symbol of something important, something that would reveal itself in time. As Asta returned to the warriors, found Bjorn standing by the edge of the village, his eyes scanning the horizon. The others were preparing, checking their weapons one last time, but there was a sense of calm in the air. The time had come. The raiders would be upon them soon. Bjorn turned to Asta as she approached. "We're ready," he said simply. Asta nodded, her resolve firm. Let's not wait any longer." The warriors took their positions, lining the narrow mountain pass that led into the village, remained at the center where she could direct the women and children to the safe hold if the raiders broke through. She watched as the men moved into place, their faces set with grim determination. The air was thick with anticipation, but Asta could feel the strength of the village behind her. They were ready. The first sound of battle came just as the sky began to darken. It was a distant roar at first, the sounds of the raiders making their way toward the pass. The warriors making their way toward the pass stiffened, their eyes narrowing as they listened. The wind carried the sound of hooves and the clatter of armor. Asta could feel her heart pounding in her chest, but her hands were steady as she began to direct the women to their places. "Wait! Stand together," she whispered to herself, her voice barely audible above the wind. "We stand together." The clash of steel echoed through the valley as the first of the raiders arrived, their battle cries carrying through the night air. The warriors surged forward, their swords flashing in the dim light, and the sound of battle filled the air. Asta's heart clenched as she watched, but she remained where she was, her eyes trained on the village, her mind focused on the safety of the children. For hours, the battle raged. The warriors fought with everything they had, their strength and skill tested to the limit. The raiders were fierce, their attacks were relentless, but the village held its ground. The narrow pass was a natural defense, and the warriors used it to their advantage, holding off wave after wave of attackers. Asta moved among the women, helping them prepare more supplies and keeping the children calm. She could hear the sounds of the battle drawing closer, the cries of warriors, the clash of weapons, but she did not falter. She had a role to play, and she would play it well. As the night wore on, the raiders began to retreat. Their assault had faltered, and the warriors pressed forward, pushing them back down the pass. The battle was not yet won, but the tide was turning. Felt the shift in the air, the weight of the victory beginning to settle into the village. By dawn, the raiders had been driven off. The warriors, the weary and bloodied, stood victorious. The village had survived. The battle had been hard, but they had held their ground. Asta stood at the edge of the settlement, watching as the last of the raiders retreated into the distance. The village was safe, for now, as the warriors gathered around the fire. Asta joined them. Heart still heavy with the weight of what had happened. They had won, but the victory was bittersweet. She had seen the cost of it. The lives lost, the injuries sustained, and the toll it had taken on everyone. But there was something in her heart, a quiet sense of pride, that told her they had proven something to themselves. They had proven that, together, they were strong. The village had survived, and so would they. The sun rose slowly over the horizon, casting its pale light across the snow-covered village, now littered with the remnants of the battle. The air was still thick with the smell of smoke and blood, but the silence that followed the fight was oddly peaceful. The warriors, the weary, had pushed the raiders back, securing the village's safety for now. Yet, as Asta stood at the edge of the settlement, watching the morning light break over the landscape, she knew that their victory, while hard-won, was only temporary. The world had shifted again, and she could feel it in her bones. It was not just the battle they had fought, but the storm that lay on the horizon, always just out of reach, but ever present. Her thoughts were interrupted by the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned to see Ragnar, his small face still shadowed with sleep, but his eyes filled with a quiet intensity that reminded Asta of the warriors she had watched all her life. He was not yet old enough to understand the full weight of what had happened, but she could see in his gaze that he was growing, learning, and becoming more like his father with each passing day. "Mother," he said softly, his voice still carrying the softness of sleep, but tinged with the same seriousness that had marked his words the night before. "Did we win?" Asta smiled at him, her heart swelling with both pride and sadness. Her son was growing into a fine young man. She knelt down to his level, brushing his hair away from his forehead. "Yes, Ragnar, we won," she said, her voice steady but full of emotion. But it wasn't just the warriors who won. It was everyone. Together, we all played our part. Ragnar nodded, his small hand reaching up to clasp her own. He had always been curious, and as Asta looked at him, she could see Asta looked at him. Spark of the same fire that had burned in Olaf, the determination, the drive to protect, to learn, to fight when the time came. "We protected the village, didn't we?" Ragnar asked, his tone soft but filled with a deep, growing understanding of what it meant to be a part of something larger than oneself. "Yes," Asta replied, her voice full of pride. "We did, and we will continue to protect it no matter what happens." Ragnar seemed satisfied with her answer, and after a moment, he turned to rejoin Eric, who was watching from the doorway of the longhouse. The two brothers had already begun their own small tasks around the village, helping with repairs and carrying supplies. Despite their youth, they had already shown Asta a resilience that would see them through whatever trials came next. Asta stood slowly, the weight of the night's events still hanging heavily on her chest. She could not deny the toll the battle had taken. The village was scarred, the walls cracked in places from the impact of the raiders' assault. The bodies of fallen warriors had been moved to a quiet spot by the trees, where the village's mourners could begin their rites. There had been casualties, both among the warriors and the women who had stood in the defenses. Every life lost weighed heavily on Asta's heart. She glanced toward the center of the village, where the elders were gathering. Their faces grim as they discussed the aftermath of the battle. It was no longer just a matter of survival. It was about rebuilding, about preparing for the next wave. The question on everyone's mind was the same. What now? Asta knew they could not rest. Even though they had pushed the raiders back, there would be no peace. There never had been. The world outside their village was growing darker, more dangerous, and they would have to be ready for the next raid, the next battle. And she knew, as she watched the warriors move to reinforce the outer gates, that she would lead them. Not as a widow, not as a woman of the past, but as the one who had taken the future into her hands. She walked toward the elders, her mind already working through the next steps. Bjorn was among them, his face lined with the fatigue of the battle, but with a fierce determination still burning his eyes. When he saw her, he gave a solemn nod. "Asta," he said, his voice low, filled with respect. "We've repelled them for now, but we can't afford to let our guard down. The raiders are relentless. They'll come back." "I know," Asta replied, her voice steady but full of conviction. "We need to prepare. We need to learn from this attack and fortify ourselves even more. This battle is far from over." The elder beside Bjorn, an older woman named Sigrid, nodded gravely. "The raiders will return. We know that. But what if this time they come in greater numbers? What if this isn't just another raid, but an attempt to take the village once and for all?" Asta felt a chill run down her spine at the thought, but she forced herself to remain calm. Sigrid was right. This had not been a typical raid. The raiders were organized, strategic in their approach. Village, perhaps from spies or traders, perhaps from previous skirmishes. Whatever it was, they had made a calculated decision to strike, and they had nearly succeeded. "We need more than just weapons," Asta said, her mind racing through the Thed possibilities. "We need to strengthen our defenses, sure, but we also need to prepare the people, the women, the children. They need to be trained in how to protect themselves, how to contribute in the event of another raid. We cannot rely solely on the warriors." Sigrid's eyes gleamed with approval. "You're right," she said, "but it will take time, and time is something we don't have. The warriors need to scout the surrounding area, ensure no raiding parties are lingering. We need more information." Bjorn turned to Asta then, his eyes studying her closely. "I will lead the scouts," he said, "and I will need your help in gathering the resources, organizing the village for what comes next." Asta nodded, her resolve firm. "I will do what needs to be done. I won't let them take this place. I won't let them take my sons, my people, our home." Bjorn's expression softened. "I knew Olaf well, and I see in you the same fire, the same strength he had. You will lead us." "I will lead," Asta replied, her voice strong and unwavering. "We will rebuild. We will prepare, and we will stand united." The elders nodded in agreement, their faces filled with quiet respect for the woman who had stepped into her role as the village's protector. It wasn't just because she was Olaf's widow that they looked to her now. It was because she had proven herself capable, not just in words but in action. She had faced the greatest loss a person could endure, and had risen from it stronger than before. The village needed that strength, needed her leadership, and Asta would not fail them. As the day wore on, the village began to take action. Three warriors were sent to scout the nearby lands, While the women gathered supplies and repaired the damages to the village's defenses, Asta moved among them, coordinating their efforts and offering her guidance. She felt the weight of the future pressing down on her, but for the first time in a long while, she felt the stirrings of hope. This was not the end. This was the beginning of something new, something that would shape the future of her people. The night fell quickly, and as Asta sat by the fire in the longhouse, her sons asleep beside her, she allowed herself a moment of quiet reflection. They had survived, yes, but the battle for their future was far from over. She could feel the pull of something greater ahead, something that would test every ounce of strength and courage she had within her. But she was ready to face whatever the world would throw at them. Tomorrow would come with new challenges, but Asta knew that she would face them as she always had, with her heart strong and her resolve unshakable. She had her children, her village, and the fire of survival burning in her chest, and she would not let the darkness take them. The village settled into a quiet routine in the days that followed the battle. The warriors who had survived returned to their posts. The women worked diligently to rebuild what had been damaged, and the children, though unaware of the full weight of the world around them, went about their days with a whirl and innocence that seemed both fragile and precious. Asta moved with purpose, her steps quick but steady as she coordinated the work. The village was stronger now, both in body and spirit. Though Asta knew that the true test lay ahead, raiders had retreated, but they were still out there, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Asta had seen the fear in the eyes of the villagers when the attack first came, but now there was something else in their gaze. Resolve. There was something else in their gaze. Knew the dangers they faced, but they were no longer willing to be victims of those dangers. They would stand tall, together, and face whatever came next. Asta could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on her as the leader of the village, but she also felt a sense of purpose she had not experienced before. She had been a wife, a mother, and a widow, but now she was something more. She was the protector, the one who held the future of her people in her hands. Village was hers to lead, and she would do it with everything she had. One evening, as Asta stood by the fire in the longhouse, the familiar warmth of the flames flickering around her, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. It was Ragnar, his small frame moving quietly toward her. There was something different in his posture, something more mature in the way he carried himself. He had always been a serious child, but in the days after the battle, there was a new weight to his steps. Mother. Ragnar's voice was soft, but Asta could hear the concern in it. Asta turned to face him, her heart swelling with both pride and a deep sense of protectiveness. He was growing, becoming more than the little boy who had once looked to her for guidance. He was learning the ways of the world, the hard lessons that came with living in a place like this. Yes, Ragnar, she replied, her voice gentle but firm. Ragnar hesitated for a moment, his eyes fixed on the ground before he looked up at her. Are we ready for what's coming? He asked, his voice filled with quiet determination. Asta's heart ached at the question. Her son, only 12, was asking the very question that had been weighing heavily on her mind. The world was not kind to children, and the sooner they learned the reality of their world, the better prepared they would be. But it also broke her heart to know that Ragnar, so young, already understood the weight of it all. We are as ready as we can be, Asta said softly. We've trained, prepared, and will continue to do so. But there's no way to know for sure, Ragnar. The world doesn't always work the way we want it to. Ragnar nodded slowly, his brow furrowed in thought. I know, but I want to help. I don't want to sit by and wait anymore. I want to be a part of this. Asta looked at him for a long moment, her heart swelling with love and pride. Ragnar had always been strong, but now she saw in him the same fire that had once burned in Olaf, the same drive to protect, to fight for what was his. He was growing into a man before her eyes, and the weight of his desire to help was both humbling and heartbreaking. He was ready for the world, ready to take his place beside the warriors and fight for the future of their people. You are already a part of this, Ragnar. Asta said softly, her hand resting on his shoulder. You are part of everything we are doing here. You might not be able to fight yet, but you can help in other ways. Help us prepare. You can protect the children, and you can learn everything you can so that when your time comes, you'll be ready. Ragnar nodded again, his expression solemn. I understand, mother. I do whatever I can. Asta kissed his forehead, her heart full as she looked into his eyes. I know you will, my son, and I will always be here, guiding you, teaching you, and standing by your side. Together, we'll face whatever comes. Ragnar smiled up at her, his eyes filled up at her, with quiet resolve. I won't let you down, mother. Asta watched him as he walked back to join Eric, her heart swelling with pride and love. She had done her best to protect him, to shelter him from the harshness of the world. But now she saw that he was ready to face it, to take on the weight of the world with the same strength that had carried her through her own trials. She had taught him well, and now it was time for him to learn the most important lesson of all, that the world was not fair, but it was theirs to shape as the days passed. Asta continued her work, overseeing the rebuilding of the village's defenses and ensuring that everyone remained focused and ready for whatever lay ahead. Trained relentlessly, while the women continued to prepare, gathering more supplies and strengthening their own resolve. Asta worked beside them, her leadership growing more confident with each passing day. She was no longer just a widow, no longer just a mother. She was the heart of the village, the one who would lead them into the future, no matter how uncertain it might be. One morning, as Asta stood by the gate of the village, watching the warriors leave on their scouting mission, she felt the familiar pull of something deep within her. The pendant, still safely tucked in her pouch, seemed to call to her once more. She hadn't thought about it much since the battle, but now, as the day grew colder and the horizon darkened with the promise of more storms, Asta felt a sense of urgency to understand what it meant. She walked into the longhouse, her thoughts turning inward. The fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering shadows across the room. She pulled the pendant from her pouch and held it in her hand, her fingers brushing over its surface. The dark gemstone gleamed faintly in the low light, its edges smooth, but etched with something ancient, something powerful. As Asta stared at it, a vision flashed in her mind, a vision of the future, of battles yet to come, of her son standing beside her, strong and resolute. The pendant was not just a piece of jewelry. It was a symbol of what she had already become and what she was meant to be: a leader, a protector, a woman who had survived loss and had risen from it stronger than ever. She knew that the future would bring challenges. The raiders would return, and there would be more battles to fight. But Asta was ready. She had learned that strength was not just in the sword or the shield, but in the heart, in the ability to stand tall in the face of the unknown. And now, with the pendant in her hand, she felt more certain than ever that she was exactly where she needed to be. The fire crackled, and the wind outside howled against the walls of the longhouse. But inside, Asta felt a calmness settle over her, as though she had finally found her place in the world. Her sons were growing stronger each in the world day, and the village was united, ready to face whatever came next. Together, they would survive. Together, they would fight for their future. Asta stood by the hearth for a long while, the pendant glowing softly in her palm, her mind clear and focused. The world outside was full of uncertainty, but she had learned to trust in herself, in the strength of her village, and in the love she had for her sons. No matter what the future held, they would face it together. And in that moment, Asta knew that she was ready to lead, ready to protect, ready to shape the future of her people. The days grew longer as the spring thawed the earth, and life in the village slowly resumed its rhythm, though the echoes of the previous battle were never far behind. Asta stood at the edge of the settlement every evening, watching the sun dip below the distant hills, casting a fiery glow over the land. The village was still recovering, but it had been a victory, small in the grand scheme of things perhaps, but one that had proven they could endure the harshness of the world outside. The raiders had been repelled for now, but Asta knew that they would return, as they always did. Her role as the leader of the village was becoming clearer with each passing day. She was no longer just a mother, not just the widow of a warrior. She had taken up the mantle of protector, of strategist, and of guide for those who depended on her. Her sons were learning, growing in both body and spirit. Ragnar was becoming more like Olaf every day, his quiet strength tempered with wisdom beyond his years. Eric, though more thoughtful and reserved, showed a sharpness that Asta knew would serve him well when the time came. Asta had set herself to the task of rebuilding the village and securing its future. She worked tirelessly with the women of the village, who had proven themselves not just keepers of the home, but vital members of the defense. Together, they gathered more supplies, reinforced the defenses, and continued training the younger generation in ways of survival. Even the children, though young, had a part to play. Some carried water, others tended the animals, and still more learned how to protect themselves in small, quiet ways. In these days, the village felt more united than ever before, and the weight of her leadership, while heavy, was not a burden. It was a responsibility she took on gladly, a role she had not known she was capable of until the world had forced her into it. One late afternoon, as Asta surveyed the newly fortified walls, her eyes drawn over the horizon once again, she saw a figure approaching from the edge of the settlement. It was Bjorn, leading a small group of warriors, his expression somber and tired. Asta's heart tightened as he drew closer. She could tell from his gait and the way the other warriors moved that they had returned from a scouting mission. Bjorn reached her and stopped, his eyes meeting hers with a quiet seriousness. "We need to talk," he said, his voice low and gravelly. "It's worse than we thought." Asta felt a chill run through her, the weight of his words sinking in before she even understood their full meaning. "What happened? Ni wouldn't tell us?" she asked, her voice steady despite the worry creeping into her chest. Bjorn gave a deep sigh, glancing behind him at the warriors who had followed him back. "The raiders, Nevers, gathered more forces. We've tracked their movements further south, and it seems they've allied with another group, a larger, more organized force. They've been planning for a long time. They'll be here soon." Asta stood still, her mind racing, her pulse quickening. The village had only just begun to recover from the first raid, and now, it seemed, the true danger was upon them. She felt the weight of the responsibility settle on her shoulders once more. She had not expected the raiders to regroup so quickly, to be so determined, but she could not afford to show fear. Her people were looking to her, and she would not fail them. "Do we know when they'll arrive?" Asta asked, her voice calm but filled with urgency. Bjorn shook his head. "No, not exactly. But we can't wait for them to get closer. We need to prepare for a siege. The warriors can hold the pass again, but we need more than just defense. We need to take the fight to them before they can surround us." Asta nodded, her mind already working through the possibilities. The mountain pass would be a natural bottleneck, and if the warriors could hold it again, they could keep the folded again, raiders from gaining access to the village. But she knew that wouldn't be enough. They had to strike fast, strike hard, before the raiders had a chance to organize fully. Organize the women and children, Asta said firmly. "Well, make sure they're safe and ready to move if we need to retreat. But we'll also need to fortify the village. We'll need more traps, more barricades. We'll be fighting for our lives." Bjorn's eyes softened with respect, but there was a new urgent intensity in them now. "We've trained for this. The warriors know what they need to do, but we'll need you to keep the village together, Asta. You've done more than anyone could ask. Now, it's time to finish what we started." Asta stood silently for a moment, the weight of his words settling over her. She was the heart of the village, but the beating of that heart was not enough if it wasn't shared by everyone. The warriors could fight, but the women, the children, the elders, they were all part of the defense. They had to stand together or they would fall apart. "We will finish this," she said, her voice firm, unwavering. "We've already shown them that we're not to be underestimated. We'll hold this village, no matter what." Bjorn nodded, a faint smile playing the corner of his mouth. "I believe you, Asta. We'll fight with everything we have. The next few days were filled with frenzied preparation. The village came alive with purpose. Each came alive with purpose. Each person moving to their designated tasks. The warriors sharpened their weapons, checked their armor, and formed new strategies for the coming battle. The women gathered more supplies, reinforcing their stores of food and medicine, while also ensuring that every person knew where to go should the fighting come to the gates. The children were taught how to protect themselves, to hide, and to remain quiet if the worst happened. Asta moved among them all, her presence a calm center in the midst of the chaos. She spoke with the women, offering reassurance, but also making sure they knew what was expected of them. She spoke with the theft warriors, ensuring that the village's defenses were ready, that every gap was filled, every weak point addressed, and all the while, her heart remained focused on one goal: survival. They had already survived once, but this time, Asta knew the survived once. Stakes were higher. As the day drew closer, Asta found herself back at the village's edge, standing once again at the mountain pass. The cool breeze cut through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of winter still lingering in the air. Her mind was sharp, her thoughts clear. She had done everything she could to prepare, but now it was time for the village to take action. The warriors gathered near the pass, their expressions grave but filled with resolve. Asta stood with them for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the land. The quiet before the storm seemed endless. She could feel the weight of what was to come pressing down on her. But she would not break. Not now. "We will hold the pass," she said to Bjorn, her voice firm as she turned to face him. "And if they break through, we will fight for every inch of this village." Bjorn nodded, his expression unwavering. "Be trained for this, Asta. We'll fight to the last breath if we have to." Asta turned back to the village, her gaze settling on the familiar faces of her people. They were ready, they were prepared, and no matter what happened next, they would stand strong. They would fight for their future, for their home, for each other. The warriors took their positions, the women retreated to the shelters, and the children huddled together, their eyes wide with the understanding that something was coming, something that would change their lives forever. Asta watched as the last of the raiders began to approach from the forest. She could see them now, their forms barely visible against the trees. But she knew they were there. They were coming. With a final glance at the village, Asta turned and strode toward the warriors, her heart steady, her resolve unshaken. "We'll fight now," she whispered to herself, as much a promise to the village as a declaration to the world beyond. The battle would come, but they would face it together. The air was heavy with anticipation as the first sounds of movement reached Asta's ears. The faintest rustle of wind through the trees, the quiet crunch of snow underfoot, the far-off murmur of voices. The raiders were close now. Asta's gaze swept over the gathered warriors, her son standing in the shadows nearby, watching from a distance. Their young faces were filled with the same quiet determination she had seen in them ever since the first raid, and she could see now, more clearly than ever, that they were ready for the world ahead. Ragnar, standing just beyond her, looked up at her with the same intensity he had shown in the days leading up to this moment. He hadn't asked to fight, not directly, but Asta could see the resolve in his eyes. He knew what was at stake. "We will do this together," Asta whispered to him, her voice steady as she placed a hand on his shoulder. "The village stands with you." Ragnar nodded. His small jaw set, his eyes bright. Asta smiled faintly, though her heart tightened with the knowledge that the time had come for her sons to witness the cost of survival. They would grow up in a world where they would never be allowed to forget the weight of a sword, the responsibility of protecting those they loved. It was not an easy life, but it was the only life they knew. The warriors began to move into their positions, spreading out across the narrow mountain pass that led into the village. Asta watched them, her gaze lingering on each of their faces. She had seen these men at their best and worst, and now they stood together once again. They had trained for this moment, and now, with no other choice, they were ready to face the enemy. Bjorn approached, his footsteps firm, his face set in determination. "They are here," he said softly, his voice grim but resolute. "We'll need every man, every woman, every child to play their part. It's not just to play their part about fighting them back, it's about surviving. I understand. We will not give up, not now, not ever. She turned away from him and approached the women, who had gathered in a safe hole near the heart of the village. They were ready, just as she had instructed them. They carried with them the supplies that could ensure their survival if the worst happened. They knew their role, and they would play it with the same courage as the warriors outside. Asta had prepared them as best as she could. It was now their turn to hold the line. The battle began with a sudden, deafening silence. The raiders had arrived in force, a black sea of bodies moving through the trees, their weapons glinting in the trees. Fading light, Asta could see their movement from where she stood, and she could hear the battle cries that echoed from across the snow. The warriors on the pass stood firm, waiting for the raiders to make their move. And then, just as the first warriors from the village raised their shields, the first wave of raiders surged forward, rushing down the path toward the village. The clash was immediate, loud, and brutal. Asta's heart pounded as she saw Bjorn lead the charge, his sword flashing in the dying lights. The warriors fought fiercely, their resolve unyielding, but Asta knew that they could not rely on brute force alone. She turned to the women behind her, all ready to act, waiting for her instructions. "We must keep the village secure," Asta said sharply. "Make sure the children stay hidden, and be prepared to move them if we need to retreat." Thornton's women nodded, moving with quiet urgency. Asta felt a deep surge of gratitude for their courage, for their willingness to take on this burden, to fight when their time came, whether it was with a sword or with the knowledge that their role was just as vital as any warriors. As the battle raged on, Asta could see the warriors pushing back the first wave of attackers. The raiders were aggressive, but they were disorganized. It seemed they were not accustomed to the fortifications the village had built. The pass, narrow and difficult to navigate, gave the defenders a significant advantage. Through, another warrior stood ready to meet them. The sound of steel meeting steel rang out, mingling with the cries of warriors and the battle cry of the raiders. Asta stood with the women, her pulse steady despite the violence unfolding just beyond their sight. She had chosen her place, not on the front line, but in the heart of the village, where she could ensure the safety of everyone. The warriors fought, but the true strength of the village lay in its unity. The women's courage, the elders' wisdom, the children's potential, all of it was bound together in this one desperate fight. After what felt like hours, the warriors slowly began to push the raiders back, step by hard-won step. The battle was not over yet, but Asta could feel the tide turning. She watched Bjorn, dripping with the sweat and blood of the fight, his face a mask of determination. The raiders were retreating, but they were not yet beaten, shouted, his voice rising above the din of battle. "We can't let them regroup." Asta nodded, her gaze locking with his for a brief moment. She knew what had to be done. The warriors could hold the pass, but it was time for the village to take the fight beyond its borders. She turned to the women and the children, her voice calm but urgent. "Prepare the supply carts," she ordered. "We are not waiting for them to come back. We'll show them that this village stands stronger than ever." The women quickly moved to act, grabbing the carts filled with supplies and readying them for transport. There was no time for fear, no time for hesitation. The village had been tested, but it would endure. They would not be cowed, not now. Asta moved toward the warriors, her mind working. "Quickly, well, take the fight to them," she said to Bjorn, her voice firm. We'll push them beyond our borders. We will not let them return." Bjorn looked at her with the same respect he had shown from the start of this struggle. You lead, Asta. We follow." The warriors, though weary from the battle, rallied to her side. They prepared to make their advance, knowing full well that they would face the enemy one more time. The tide of the battle had shifted, and now it was time to take the fight to the raiders. With a rallying cry, Asta led the charge. The warriors followed, their swords raised high, their hearts full of resolve. The women and children retreated to a safer location, ready to carry on with their own roles when the time came. The village was united in its mission to defend its future. The land around them was treacherous, the mountains jagged and unforgiving. But Asta's heart did not falter. The raiders were no longer simply a threat, they were an enemy that had overestimated their strength. They had thought they could take the village, take its people, but they had underestimated the power of a united village. Hours passed, and the warriors, with Asta leading them, pushed the raiders further and further from the village. The battle was fierce, but the raiders began to retreat, their ranks thinning as the warriors fought with all their might. The tide was shifting, and as the warriors pressed on, Asta felt that fast surge of victory on the horizon. The moment the last raider turned to flee, Asta took a deep breath, her heart still pounding from the battle, but filled with relief. The village was safe, for now they had fought with everything they had, and had fought with everything they had. Together, they had succeeded. She returned to the village, her face grim, but her heart filled with pride. The warriors were battered, their clothes torn, their faces streaked with dirt and blood, but they had done it. They had defended their home. As Asta approached the center of the village, she saw her sons standing together, waiting for her. Their eyes were full of questions, but also filled with something else, something Asta recognized. Pride. We did it, Ragnar said softly, his voice full of awe. We really did it? Asta smiled, her heart full as she looked at her sons. We did, she replied. Together. And in that moment, Asta knew that this village, her village, would endure. They would stand together. No matter what storms came, they had faced the darkness and survived. They would face it again, but together they would always rise. The dust of battle still hung in the air as the last of the raiders disappeared into the distance, retreating under the pressure of the warriors' relentless pursuit. The ground beneath Asta's feet seemed to still tremble from the chaos of the previous hours. The clash of swords, the cries of men, the thundering rush of hooves, all of it faded into the silence that followed the battle's end. But even in that quiet, Asta felt a deep, steady pulse of something more profound than relief. She had lived through countless battles in the past, but this one was different. This time, fight had been for the future, for everything that she and her people had built. As she walked through the village, her gaze sweeping over the familiar sights, she saw the aftermath of their struggle, broken shields, dented helmets, the faint trail of blood marking the earth where fallen warriors had been laid to rest. But there was no time to mourn yet. The battle was over, yes, but the war, the unspoken war that each of them fought every day, was far from won. This raid had been but one chapter in an ongoing story that stretched back centuries, one that Asta was determined would not end in defeat. The warriors had returned to the village, their faces grim but resolute. Their bodies were bruised, their movements slow from exhaustion, but there was pride in their eyes. They had done what they set out to do. The raiders were pushed back, their ranks decimated, but there was still a quiet understanding that another battle was waiting on the horizon. The village was not out of danger. Not yet. Asta stood at the center of the settlement, her hands folded in front of her as she watched the men file into the longhouse. Ragnar and Eric had been among the first to approach her, their eyes wide with questions, with curiosity and awe. She saw in them something new. Not the fear that had marked their childhood, but the knowledge that they too would have to face this world and its dangers. Mother, Ragnar asked, his voice filled with a blend of awe and concern. Is it over? Asta smiled softly, kneeling down to meet his gaze. For now, it is, but the world is never truly over. It never truly stops. We just keep moving forward, step by step. Ragnar nodded solemnly, understanding in his young eyes. Asta reached out and put both of her sons into a tight embrace, their bodies warm against hers. They were growing so fast, learning the lessons of survival that life could not shield them from. They were no longer just children. They were already becoming part of the village's heart, just as she had been, just as Olaf had been. They would carry the legacy of their father with them, and in that, Asta knew the village would continue to thrive. As she stood with her sons, a familiar figure approached her from the edge of the village. It was Bjorn. his face lined with exhaustion but still determined, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the quiet calculation of a man who had seen many battles. Asta, his step steady, despite the weariness in his body. Asta, he said, his voice soft but full of respect. We flew by Rasar. But it coaxed them back, but it's clear now that this won't be the last time. They'll regroup, come back stronger. We have to prepare. Asta's chest tightened, the weight of the future settling on her shoulders. I know, she replied, her voice steady but filled with an edge of frustration. We can never be truly safe, but we have to make sure that when they do come again, they will know that they cannot break us. Bjorn gave a slow nod. They won't break us, not as long as we fight. There was a fire in Bjorn's eyes that Asta recognized. It was the fire of someone who had faced death countless times and had survived, not because of luck, but because of will. It was the same fire that had burned in Olaf's eyes, the same fire that had burned in her own heart when she had first taken up the mantle of leadership. Asta knew that she could rely on Bjorn and on every warrior who stood with her to keep the village protected. But we need more warriors who stood with her than just warriors. Asta continued. We need everyone, the women, the children. They need to know that they too are part of this fight. We cannot fight alone. Bjorn considered her words, his gaze thoughtful. You're right, the women and children, they've proven their worth. They fought beside us in their own way. Asta smiled. The world doesn't care about what roles we think we fit into. We all fight in different ways, but we fight together. That's what will make us strong. Bjorn smiled, a rare, genuine expression on his face. You've grown. Asta, I remember when you first started leading us, uncertain but full of fire. Now it's clear that you are the heart of this village. We are all in this together and we will stand strong. You've already proven that. Asta nodded, feeling the weight of his words settle into her chest. She was the heart, yes, but it was not just her strength that held the village together. It was the fair, collective will of everyone, from the warriors to the children, from the eldest elder to the youngest child. The strength came from unity, from the understanding that they were not alone in this fight. We will stand together, Asta said, her voice steady, and we will keep fighting, no matter what comes next. The village had won the battle, but the future was still uncertain. Asta knew that, but as she stood there, watching the warriors file back into the longhouse, and as she felt the warmth of her sons at her side, she realized that the village had something most didn't. Hope. The battle ahead would not be easy, but they would face it with the strength of their unity. Together, they could endure whatever challenges the world threw at them. That evening, as the sky darkened and the stars began to emerge, Asta stood at the edge of the settlement once again. The warriors had returned, and the village was safe. For now, the fires of the battle still burned brightly in her memory, but she allowed herself a brief moment of respite. She looked at the horizon, her heart filled with both pride and anticipation. Ragnar and Eric joined her, standing side by side, their eyes filled with the same quiet resolve that had taken root in Asta's heart long ago. The world was not kind, and it never would be, but they would face it together. No matter what came next, they would face it as one. Mother! Ragnar's voice was soft, but there was strength in it. Asta turned to him, her heart swelling with love. Yes, will we ever stop fighting? Ragnar asked, his voice filled with a mixture of curiosity and uncertainty. Asta knelt down to his level, her hand gently resting on his shoulder. The fight never truly ends, my son. But that doesn't mean we stop living. We keep moving forward, keep building, keep protecting. That's how we win. Ragnar nodded, understanding in his own way. He was young, but he had learned much in the short time that he had been alive. He was becoming a man of strength, and Asta felt a quiet pride in him. She knew that he would grow up to be a leader in his own right, just as Olaf had once been, and just as she had now become. The village, for all its battles and losses, was a place of strength, a place where resilience thrived. Asta could feel it in the way the villagers moved, in the way they stood together, in the way they fought not just for survival but for a future. They had been through so much already, but they were not broken. They were stronger than ever. Asta turned her gaze back to the horizon. The village safe for now. The fire still burning bright in the distance. The road ahead would not be easy, but she was ready to lead her people, to protect her sons, and to face whatever came next together. As the days followed the battle, the village slowly settled into a new uncertain peace. The warriors returned to their regular duties, but there was an underlying tension in the air, the kind that comes after a storm, when you know the next one could come at any moment. The village had survived for now, but survival alone was not enough. They had proven that they could endure the violence, the raids, but Asta knew that their strength would be tested again. It knew the one wasn't a matter of if, but when. She spent the days walking among the people, checking on the progress of the repairs and offering her guidance when needed. There was no longer a divide between the warriors and the rest of the village. Made sure that the women, the children, and the elders were included in every part of the defense. The village had become a true community, not just a place to live, but a force of its own. Asta knew that this unity was the key to their survival. One afternoon, after a long morning spent inspecting the village walls, Asta made her way back to the longhouse. Her steps were slow, her mind preoccupied with the task that still lay ahead. She had spoken with Bjorn and the other warriors about what came next: fortifications, further training, and gathering intelligence on the raiders' movements. It was clear that the battle had not been a random attack. The raiders were planning something bigger, something more coordinated. It was no longer just about defending the village. It was about learning how to strike before they did. Asta had just entered the longhouse when she heard her sons' voices. They were talking quietly in the corner, their small figures silhouetted against the light coming from the fire. Ragnar was standing, his hands moving as he spoke, while Eric sat with his usual calm expression. Asta paused for a moment, watching them. Ragnar looked up and saw her. "Mother," he said, his voice steady but filled with excitement. "I've been thinking we're not ready yet. The raiders are still out there, and we need more." Asta raised an eyebrow, her heart filling with a mix of pride and concern. Ragnar had always been driven, but his thoughts were becoming more complex, more focused on the world outside their home. She walked over and sat down beside him. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice calm, though she felt a tinge of worry at his words. Ragnar looked at her with intensity. "I've been watching the warriors. I've been helping where I can, learning what I can, learning what I can. We need to be better prepared. We need more fighters, more skills." Asta could see the fire in his eyes, the same determination she had seen in Olaf when he first began training for raids. Ragnar was becoming a young man, and though Asta had always tried to shield him from the darker sides of their world, she understood now that he was ready to face it. But what worried her was his growing urgency. She had seen young men eager to prove themselves before, and she knew how quickly that could turn into recklessness. "Ragnar," Asta said softly, her voice full of motherly concern, "you are learning well, but there is no need to rush into things. We have to be patient, and we have to be smart." I know," Ragnar replied quickly, a slight edge to his voice. "But what if it's not enough? What if we're not ready when they come back? What if we wait too long?" Asta placed a hand on his shoulder, her voice softening. "We are ready, Ragnar. We're as ready as we can be, but rushing into battle without thinking it through will get us killed. You're learning, yes, but there's more to leadership than just the sword. You must think, not just with your strength, but with your mind." Ragnar looked down for a moment, processing her words. Then, after a long pause, he nodded. "I understand." Asta smiled and pulled him into a brief embrace. "You are growing into a fine young man. You'll lead one day, but the path isn't always clear. Sometimes we must wait, watch, and learn." Eric, who had been quietly observing the exchange, finally spoke up. "Mother, what if we went beyond Theon village? What if we learned more about them, the raiders, and what they're planning?" Asta turned to her younger son. "What do you mean, Eric?" "I mean," Eric continued slowly, his gaze steady as always, "what if we sent someone to track them, follow them, and learn more about who they are? If we know what they're planning, we can prepare better." We might even be able to stop them before they reach us. Asta considered his words for a long moment. Eric had always been quiet, his thoughts deep, but this idea was different. Idea was different, strategic, calculated, the kind of thinking that could change the course of their survival. But it was also risky. Sending scouts beyond the village borders was dangerous. The raiders were ruthless, and if they discovered a spy among them, it would mean death. We'd need to be careful, Asta said cautiously. But it's a good idea. We'll need someone who can move unnoticed, someone who knows the land and can remain hidden. I could do it, Ragnar interjected, his voice eager. I've been training, and I know the land better than most. Asta shook her head gently, though a part of her was proud of Ragnar's eagerness. You're not ready for that, Ragnar. You're still learning. I need you here with me, helping lead the village. You're not going out there on your own. Eric's eyes flickered to his older brother, but he didn't say anything. Asta could see the wheels turning in his head, the same quiet calculation that often made her pause. She knew her sons were both ready for more than she could offer them, but she also knew that the risks were real. We will find someone, Asta said, her voice calm but firm, someone who is skilled, who knows how to move in the shadows. We cannot afford to send anyone who isn't prepared, but we will do it. We will learn more, and we will strike. First, when the time is right. Ragnar and Eric exchanged glances, their faces reflecting both the uncertainty of the situation and the quiet trust they had in Asta's judgment. They had always relied on her to guide them through the hardest moments, and now, more than ever, they understood the weight of that responsibility. They were learning what it meant to be a part of this world, to be fighters in their own way. Asta looked at them, her heart full. You too will have your time. But for now, your place is here, helping me keep the village strong. Ragnar nodded, though Asta could see the desire to prove himself still burning in his eyes. Eric, ever the quiet observer, simply gave a small nod of agreement. She knew they both wanted to be more than they were, but she also knew that patience was one of the hardest lessons to learn. And in this world, patience was just as important as strength. As evening descended and the shadows lengthened across the fair village, Asta felt a sense of quiet resolve settle over her. The village was ready for whatever came next. The raiders would return. Of that she was certain, but they would not find the village unprepared. They had survived once, and they had survived once, would survive again. Asta stepped outside, feeling the cool evening breeze on her face as she watched the stars appear one by one in the sky. The world was vast and full of dangers, but it was also full of promise, people, and the strength to keep them safe. The road ahead was uncertain, but Asta had learned one thing. She would always fight, and she would always lead them to safety, no matter what came. She would face it with the fire of her people burning in her heart. The battle was far from over, but as long as they stood together, Asta knew they would rise to meet whatever came next. The days that followed were filled with a kind of quiet resolve. The warriors trained tirelessly, preparing for the next raid, but the village also began to settle into a rhythm, the kind of rhythm that came only after a great battle. There was still the weight of the unknown, the constant sense of urgency that the raiders could return at any time, but the people of the village were adapting. They had learned to survive, and more importantly, they had learned how to stand together. Asta spent her days moving between the various groups of villagers, offering guidance, ensuring the warriors remained sharp, and assisting the women with organizing food and supplies. She also spent time with her sons, teaching them what she knew, how to be strong, how to be patient, and how to trust in themselves and the people around them. It was a lesson that Ragnar, in particular, seemed eager to learn, his desire to prove himself growing with each passing day. But Asta could see that her sons, despite the lessons they were learning, were still children at heart. They were learning what it meant to be part of a community, to fight for what they loved, but there was still so much they did not know. And as she watched them, Her heart both swelled with pride and ached with the realization that they would soon be facing the world she had fought so hard to shield them from. One afternoon, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, Asta sat at the edge of the longhouse, watching the shadows stretch across the snow. She was alone for the moment, the quiet of the evening offering a rare moment of peace. Her thoughts were heavy, as they had been for days now. There was a growing sense that the village was not ready for the kind of war that was coming. While they had survived the first raid, the truth was that they were barely holding on. They had won because the raiders had underestimated them. But Asta knew that would not be the case next time. The warriors, strong and skilled as they were, could not do it all alone. The women and children could only provide so much support in a battle. They needed more than just defense. They needed to strike first to find the enemy before they could strike again. But Asta knew how dangerous that would be. Sending a scout beyond their borders was risky. Especially with the raiders growing numbers. Whoever went would have to be brave, skilled, and able to remain hidden. And finding someone who fit that description was no easy task. A rustle of footsteps behind her brought Asta out of her thoughts. Bjorn approaching, his face drawn with weariness, but his eyes filled with determination. He had always been the steady hand that guided the warriors, and it seemed that even now, after all that had happened, his resolve had not wavered. Asta had not wavered, he said, his voice rough from the strain of the past few days. We need to talk. Asta rose to meet him, the cool breeze brushing against her face as she looked at him. What is it? Bjorn hesitated for a moment before speaking. The raiders, they are not like the ones we've faced before. We've learned they've been growing in number, forming alliances with other tribes. They've become organized. It's not just about survival for them anymore. They are coming for everything we have. Asta felt a tightness in her chest. The realization hitting her hard. The raid made it real. The raiders were no longer just a threat to the village. They were coming for total domination. If the village didn't take action soon, they would be wiped out, and that was something Asta would not allow. No, what do we do? Asta asked, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to rise in her chest. We need to know more about them, Bjorn replied, his eyes narrowing with determination. We needed to understand who we're up against. We've been blind, thinking that we can hold them off just by defending the village. But if they're growing in number and organization, is not enough. Asta's mind raced. They needed intelligence, information about the raiders' plans, their alliances, but sending someone beyond their borders was a dangerous game. Who can we trust? She asked. Oh, who knows the land well enough to move unnoticed? Who could track them, find out their plans? Bjorn seemed to consider it for a moment, his gaze shifting to the horizon. Then he turned back to Asta, his voice low. There's only one person I know who could do it. Asta raised an eyebrow. Who? Bjorn's eyes met hers, and for a brief moment there was a flicker of something in his gaze, a deep respect, mixed with a hint of something else. You. Asta was taken aback by his words, thought of herself as someone who would go out into the wilderness to track enemies. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized he was right. She knew the land better than anyone, and she had learned to survive in the harshest conditions. The village needed someone who could blend into the landscape, move unnoticed, and gather information. She had spent years learning how to read the world around her, how to navigate the wilderness with stealth and precision. But there was something else that made her hesitate. It wasn't just about the danger she would face out there. It was the thought of leaving her sons, her village, behind. If she left, who would protect them? Would they understand? Would they be able to carry on with her? Bjorn saw the hesitation in her eyes and spoke again, his voice steady. Asta, I know this is difficult, but you're the one who can do it. You've led the village through its darkest moments, and now you have the chance to lead us to victory. If we know their movements, we can act before they can strike again. You have the knowledge, you have the skill, and most importantly, you have the heart of this village. Asta closed her eyes for a moment, letting his words sink in. She had been trying to protect her sons, protect the village, but in doing so, She had been holding herself back. She was been holding herself back, afraid of the risk, afraid of what it might mean to step outside her comfort zone, to take the fight beyond the walls she had so carefully built. But she also knew this was what needed to be done. The world was not going to wait for her to feel ready. It was not going to wait for her to be comfortable. The village, her family, her future, it all depended on her willingness to take action. She had led before, through grief and fear, and now she had to lead them again. Asta met Bjorn's gaze, her eyes filled with a quiet but unyielding determination. I'll do it. Bjorn nodded, a faint but approving smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Well, preparing the supplies for you. You'll leave at dawn. That night, Asta couldn't sleep. Her mind was too full of questions, of uncertainty, and of fear. But more than that, it was full of a quiet resolve. She had faced the unknown before. She had walked through fire and come out the other side stronger, and now she would do it again. She would face the darkness, step beyond the walls, and do what needed to be done. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Asta stood at the edge of the village, ready to leave. Her to leave. Sons stood behind her, watching quietly, their faces full of concern and love. She knelt down to them, taking their small hands in hers. I'm going to find out what they're planning, she said softly, her voice steady despite the lump in her throat. I'll be back, I promise. Ragnar nodded, his face full of quiet understanding. Eric didn't speak, but he placed his hand on hers, his eyes filled with the same determination Asta had seen in him since he was a child. Ready, they had learned, and now they would carry on. Asta turned away from them and walked toward the edge of the village, her heart heavy with the weight of what lay ahead. But she didn't look back. She couldn't. She had a village to protect, a future to fight for. The road ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, Asta felt something like peace settle in her heart. She was doing what needed to be done, and no matter what happened next, she would face it head on. The air was cold and sharp as Asta made her way through the village gates, her breath fogging in front of her with each steady step. The village, once a warm, lively place filled with the bustle of daily life, now felt quiet, almost solemn. In the early morning light, there was an undercurrent of tension, of anticipation. But it wasn't just the village that had changed. Asta herself had changed. She wasn't the woman who had once sought only to protect her children, and she wasn't the woman to keep them safe. She had become a leader, one who had no choice but to step into the unknown in order to protect those she loved. The thought of leaving Ragnar and Eric behind still weighed heavily on her heart, but she knew what had to be done. She had raised them to be strong, to face the world without fear, and now she had to lead by example. She had taught them how to survive, and now it was her turn to teach them something even more important, how to face the future, no matter the cost. As she passed the village's outer gates, Asta glanced back once more. The settlement was already waking, the smoke from the hearths rising into the sky, signaling the start of another day. She would not let the raiders take that peace from them. Not now, not ever. The weight of her decision settled on her like a cloak. The quiet, the stillness of the world around her was a sharp contrast to the turmoil inside, but she knew this path was hers to walk. The raiders were out there, and she knew this path was hers to walk, would find them before they could threaten her people again. Asta had packed only the essentials, a dagger at her side, some dried food, a cloak to protect against the cold, and a small bundle of herbs she had gathered for healing. She had no intention of staying away long, but she also knew that the world beyond the village was full of dangers she couldn't predict, and perhaps the most dangerous of all was the uncertainty of the future, the questions that only time could answer. The journey to the forest would take a few days, and the land was still cold from winter, with patches of snow clinging to the ground. The trees loomed tall and foreboding around her, their branches bare and reaching toward the sky like skeletal hands. It felt like the world had been suspended in time, caught between the remnants of the past and the uncertainty of the future. Asta knew the land well. She had grown up in these woods, had walked this path with Olaf many times before, and had taught her children how to navigate the wilderness. But the woods were different now, shrouded in an ominous quiet, as though the land itself held its breath, waiting for something to happen. The journey was long and tiring, but Asta kept moving forward, her footsteps steady and purposeful. The forest around her was quiet, but it wasn't the kind of peace that soothed the mind. It was a stillness filled with expectation, as though the land itself was waiting for something, watching for any movement, any sign of life. On the third day, as she made her way deeper into the forest, Asta began to notice signs of movement, broken branches, footprints in the snow, and faint whispers of smoke in the distance. The raiders were close. Her instincts told her they were not far, and she needed to be cautious. She slipped quietly through the trees, her senses heightened as she followed the faint trail. It wasn't long before she spotted them. The raiders. They were camped near a small clearing, their fires glowing faintly in the early morning light. Asta crouched low, moving silently through the underbrush, careful not to make a sound. She studied them from a distance, watching their movements, their interactions. The raiders were a mix of men and women, all armed, their faces hardened from years of battle. But it wasn't their weapons that caught Asta's attention. It was their leader, a tall man, scarred from countless fights, at the center of the camp, barking orders to the others. His presence commanded respect, and his eyes gleamed with the confidence of someone who knew he was in control. He was the one Asta needed to learn about. He was the one who held the key to their next move. She took a deep breath, steadying herself, and began to move closer. The wind had picked up, rustling the leaves in the trees, and Asta used the sound to cover her steps. She stayed low, her movements fluid and quick. The raiders' camp was only a short distance away now, and she could hear their voices more clearly. "We strike in 3 days." The leader's voice carried across the camp. The village wouldn't know what hit them. Asta's pulse quickened. She had been right. The raiders were planning their next attack. They weren't just raiding for supplies or loot. They were coming for the village itself. And this time, they would not be caught off guard. Asta crouched down behind a thick cluster of vine bushes, her heart racing. The raiders' leader, the man she had been watching, was pacing back and forth, giving orders to the others. He spoke of strategy, of taking the village by force, and it was clear that they had a plan. The raid would be, they had a plan, larger than the first, more coordinated. Asta needed to learn more. Her mind raced, analyzing the situation. The leader was calculating, confident. He wasn't just an opportunistic raider. He was a strategist, someone who understood how to win wars, not just battles. The village would need more than just weapons to survive his time. They would need to strike first, gather information, and plan their defense carefully. Asta stayed in place for hours, watching the camp, listening to the conversations, learning all she could. The more she heard, the more she realized just how dangerous the raiders were. They weren't just a group of thieves looking to plunder. They were organized, ruthless, and determined. They had plans for expansion, for domination. As the sun began to set, Asta knew it was time to leave. She had gathered the information she needed, but there was no time to waste. She had to get back to the village and share what she had learned. The raiders' next attack was imminent, and if the village didn't act quickly, they could be overwhelmed. Asta turned to make her way back through the forest, her mind whirling with thoughts of the battle ahead. The village had to be prepared. Not the village had to be prepared just for a defense, but for an offense. The raiders had learned how to fight, how to strike first, and the village had to do the same. By the time Asta made it back to the village, night had fallen, and the stars had begun to shimmer overhead. She walked straight to the longhouse. Where the warriors were gathered. The fire burned brightly, and the men were speaking in hushed tones, strategizing for the future. Asta stepped into the room, her eyes meeting Bjorn's as soon as she entered. He rose to greet her. His expression grave. "What did you learn?" Asta didn't waste time with pleasantries. They're planning to strike in 3 days. They have a leader, someone who's not just a raider, but a strategist. He's organizing them, preparing them for an attack. They're not coming just for loot. This time, they're coming for the village itself. Bjorn's face darkened, and the others in the room went silent, their attention fixed on Asta. How do we stop them? Bjorn asked. We strike first, Asta replied. We gather our strength, and we move before they can plan. We take a fight to them before they can reach the village. If we wait, we'll lose, but if we act now, we might be able to catch them. Off guard, there was a moment of silence as the warriors exchanged looks. They had been through many battles, but this was different. Asta's plan was risky. It was a gamble, but it was their best chance of survival. We're with you, Asta, Bjorn said, his voice firm. We'll do whatever it takes. Asta nodded, her heart steady. We'll fight, but we fight smart. We'll use the land to our advantage, and we'll take them by surprise. We will not be caught off guard again. And then, with that, the warriors began to prepare. They gathered their weapons, organized their strategy, and made sure that every person in the village knew their role. The next battle would be theirs to win, or theirs to lose. As Asta stood at the edge of the longhouse, looking out into the night, she knew this was the moment that would define their future. The raiders would come again, but they would not break the village. They would not break her family. They would not break her family. They would fight. Together they would survive. The night before the raid, the village was shrouded in a heavy silence itself. The warriors had spent the evening preparing, sharpening their blades, donning armor, and tightening their shields. The women were readying their own defenses, securing the children, organizing supplies, and ensuring that every person knew their place in case the worst came to pass. Asta could feel the weight of the coming battle pressing down on her. The pressure of leadership, of guiding her people through the uncertain, was overwhelming, but she would not show fear. Had learned long ago that fear was a luxury she could not afford. Her people, her sons, were depending on her to lead them, and lead them she would. Ragnar and Eric sat nearby, their faces illuminated by the firelight. They were quiet, unusually so for their age. Both were too young to fully grasp the danger, but Asta could see the seriousness in their eyes. Ragnar, eager as always, was no longer the child who had once clung to her side in moments of uncertainty. He had become someone who, despite his youth, understood the weight of their reality, more quiet and reserved, had taken on an air of introspection that Asta knew was his way of preparing for what lay ahead. Mother, Ragnar said, breaking the silence. Tomorrow, what happens if we can't hold them off? Asta met his gaze, her heart tightening. Her son was braver than most men, but the vulnerability of his question struck a chord deep within her. She could see the fear hiding behind his strength, fear that came not just from the battle, but from the possibility of losing everything they had fought so hard to protect. We will hold them off, Ragnar, she said firmly, though the words felt more like a prayer than a promise. The village has always stood strong, and we stand together, as we always have. Ragnar nodded, though his gaze was distant, as if he were grappling with something beyond his years. Asta reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it gently. She could see that he was ready to face the fight ahead, but there was still a child inside him, and it hurt her to know that he too was about to experience the full weight of the world. Mother, I want to help, Eric said softly from his seat beside Ragnar. I don't want to just stay in the safe hold. Asta looked at him, her heart swelling with both pride and fear. Eric was small, his body not yet strong enough for battle, but his spirit was undeniable. She had always known that he was different from Ragnar in some ways, quieter, more observant, but no less capable. You will help? She said, her voice soft but resolute. You both will. The women and children have their own role to play, just as the warriors do. The village is made of all of us, and we'll as the village fight together. Eric nodded, but his eyes were still filled with the same uncertainty that had been present in Ragnar's earlier. Asta could see it in their faces, the fear of the unknown, the anxiety of facing something so vast, so beyond their control. She wished she could shield them from it, wished she could protect them from the brutal truth of their world, but she knew she couldn't. They would have to face it just as she had. The night passed slowly, each hour dragging as Asta found herself unable to sleep. She lay awake in the longhouse, listening to the soft sounds of the village around her. The crackle of the fire, the distant murmur of voices, as warriors spoke in low tones, preparing themselves for the fight. Tension in the air was palpable, and Asta's thoughts kept drifting back to the raid. The raiders had learned from their last attack. This time, they would not underestimate the village, nor would they show mercy. She had given everything she had to prepare for this moment. She had trained the women, ensured the children's safety, and strengthened the defenses. But as she lay there, listening to the winds pick up outside, she realized that no amount of preparation would ever be enough to guarantee their safety. The world they lived in was a world of constant uncertainty, where survival was a daily struggle. And yet, they had survived. They would survive again. At dawn, the warriors gathered in the village square. Their faces hardened, their eyes filled with resolve. Follow Asta into battle. She watched them with a quiet pride, knowing that they had become more than just her people. They had become her strength. Together, they would face whatever came next. Asta stood in front of them, her presence commanding and unyielding. She did not raise her voice, for she knew that words were not needed. The time for speeches and promises had passed. Now was the time for action. Now was the time for action. The voice carrying across the gathered warriors. They think we will cower, that we will fall, but they are wrong. This village belongs to us, and we will defend it with everything we have. The warriors stood straighter at her words, their faces set with her words, their faces set with determination. There was no fear in their eyes now, only the fierce, unwavering resolve to protect the home they had built. Remember why we fight, Asta continued, her voice steady, like the calm before a storm. We fight for each other, for our children, for our future. We are not just fighting for survival, we are fighting for the right to live, and we will win. The warriors nodded in unison, their swords raised high in solidarity. Asta turned toward the safe hold where the women and children would remain, her heart heavy with the weight of her decisions. She would lead them, but she could not shield them from the danger that was coming. She could only guide them and trust that they would stand strong in face of what was to come. The first sound of the raiders' approach came in the distance, the sound of hooves and war cries. Asta's heart skipped a beat. She knew this moment would come, but that did little to lessen the weight of it. Warriors moved swiftly to the pass, ready to meet the raiders head-on. The women gathered their children and prepared to retreat to the safe hold, their faces filled with determination, their hands steady as they guided the younger ones to safety. Asta stood with Bjorn at the edge of the pass, her hand resting on her dagger, her eyes scanning the horizon. "We will not let them through," she said, her voice low but filled with resolve. Bjorn nodded, his gaze sharp. "We've trained for this. We will hold." Asta felt the tension in the air, the electricity that came before the storm. The raiders would come, but they would find the village ready. Asta had done everything she could to prepare. Now, all that remained was the battle. And then, like a wave crashing against the shore, the raiders descended upon them. The faders descended upon them. Warriors met them head-on, their swords gleaming in early morning light. The sound of battle filled the air, the clash of steel, the roar of battle cries, and the cries of men as they fell. The first wave of raiders was thrown back by the strength of the village's defense, but there were more, always more. Asta moved quickly, her eyes darting across the battlefield as she coordinated the defense, shouting orders, ensuring that everyone knew their role. The warriors fought with a ferocity she had never seen before. Their every move calculated, their every strike a testament to the strength of their resolve. The battle raged on for hours, the warriors pressing the raiders back, inch by inch. The village walls held strong, the raiders' attempts to breach them futile. But as the day wore on, it became clear that this battle would not end easily. The raiders had learned, and their leader was determined to win. They would return again and again until they broke the village. But as long as Asta stood at the helm, the village would never surrender. Asta's heart beat fiercely in her chest. As the final push came, the warriors surged forward, their weapons raised high, And with a collective roar, their weapons raised high, and with a collective roar, drove the last of the raiders back into the wilderness. The battle was over, for now Asta stood in the aftermath, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her body bruised and tired, but her spirit unbroken. She had led them through the storm, and indeed, they had emerged victorious. The village was safe for now, and as she looked over the faces of the warriors, her sons at her side, she knew that they had proven something that day, not just to the raiders, but to themselves, victims of their circumstances. They were survivors, and they would fight together, no matter what came next. The battle had ended, but the village was far from settled. Though the warriors stood victorious, their bodies bruised and bodies bruised, bloodied, their faces grim, there was still a deep, unshakable tension in the air. The raiders had retreated, their numbers decimated, but Asta knew, as did everyone in the village, that this was only a temporary reprieve. The raiders was only a temporary regroup, plan, and return. And when they did, the village would need to be ready. Asta moved slowly through the village, her eyes scanning the damage. The walls had held strong, but not without sacrifice. There were broken shields, dented helmets, and the faint trail of blood on the snow where the fallen had been laid to rest. The warriors, who had fought with such ferocity, were now taking their places, repairing what they could, checking their weapons, and making sure that every person had a role to play in rebuilding what had been lost. It was a process that would take time, but Asta had seen her people endure worse. They would rebuild. They would fight again. Ragnar and Eric, though tired, were already helping with the smaller tasks. Ragnar was asking the warriors questions, eager to learn more about the battle, while Eric quietly assisted the women with gathering supplies. Asta watched them, her heart swelling with pride, but also with concern. They were growing up in a world that would not allow them to stay innocent for long. Ragnar was becoming more and more like Olaf every day. But Asta knew that the path before him would be difficult. She would guide him, as she had always done. But she also understood that the choices he would make in the choices he would make in the fight future would shape not just his life, but the future of the village as well. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in the soft, golden light of evening, Asta found herself standing at the center of the settlement once again. The people had begun to gather, drawn to the warmth of the fire at the center of the village, where they would exchange stories, share food, and find comfort in each other's company. But for Asta, there was no true comfort. Bittersweet, and as she watched the men and women of the village settle down for the night, she knew that there was more to be done. Bjorn had told her that the warriors would be scouting the surrounding lands again. The raiders had not vanished entirely. The fear that they could return at any time still loomed over the village like a shadow. And there was something else that troubled Asta. The leaders of the raiders, the ones who had coordinated the attacks, were still out there. Face of their leader, the man with the scarred visage, who had commanded them with such ruthless precision, lingered in her mind. There was something dangerous about him, something more than just the threat of his army. Asta had spent the last few days grappling with the thought that the war might not be just about fighting. It might be about something more. She didn't know what that something was yet, but she was determined to find out. Asta sat down by the fire that evening, the fire crackling flames casting long shadows across the village. She could hear the voices of her people around her, their conversations soft and steady, filled with the simple relief that came with surviving another day. Yet she couldn't escape the heavy weight of the future that loomed just beyond their reach. The village had won, but they had not truly defeated their enemy. They had only delayed the inevitable. Her thoughts were interrupted by the soft shuffle of footsteps approaching. From behind, she turned to see Ragnar walking toward her, his face serious but calm. His eyes had the same intensity Asta had seen in Olaf all those years ago, but now they were tempered with the wisdom he was gaining with each passing day. Though still a boy, he had learned to bear the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. "Mother," Ragnar said softly, sitting down beside her. "I've been thinking." Asta nodded, encouraging him to continue. Ragnar had always been one to think deeply, and she knew that his mind was always working, always turning over the events of the world around him. I know we've won, he said, his voice steady but filled with a quiet intensity. But I also know that it's not over. I know that the raiders will come back, and when they do, we need to be ready. But what if we're not enough? What if we can't hold them off next time? Asta looked at her son, her heart swelling with both pride and fear. He was asking the very questions that had kept her awake at night, the questions that had weighed on her mind since the first battle. He was growing into someone who understood the world's brutal truths, and though she wanted to shield him from that understanding, she knew it was his reality now. Ragnar, she said softly, her voice steady, you are right. It's not over. The raiders will come back, and we will be ours to come back, ready. But we cannot face them alone. We must trust in each other. We must stand together, just as we always have. If we try to fight alone, we will fail. But if we unite, we can endure. We can win. Ragnar nodded, though the doubt still lingered in his eyes. Asta understood. It was not easy to accept that survival wasn't guaranteed, that even their best efforts could fall short, but she also knew that the key to their survival wasn't just in preparation, wasn't just in strength. It was in unity. They had to stand together, not just as warriors and women, but as a community that understood the value of each individual and each role they played. We're not alone, Asta continued, her voice softening. As long as we remember that, we will survive. Ragnar met her gaze, and Asta could see that something had shifted within him. The doubt was still there, but it was tempered with the understanding that he wasn't alone in this fight. They all shared it, warriors and women, elders and children. Together, they were stronger than any enemy that could come their way. Thanks, Mother, Ragnar said quietly, his voice filled with gratitude. He stood up, his shoulders straight, and moved off to rejoin Eric and the others. But Asta could see that something had changed in him. The world was no longer just something to be feared. It was something to be faced. Together, as night fell over the village, Asta sat quietly by the fire, watching her people slowly settle into the rhythm of evening. The battle had been won, but the true fight was only beginning. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear. They would stand together. No matter what came, they would face it with the strength that had always bound them. Asta's thoughts turned inward once more, and she felt the familiar tug of the pendant in her pouch. She had almost forgotten about it in the chaos of the past days. But now, as she reached into her pouch and pulled it out, she felt the same strange pull she had felt before. The dark gemstone, worn smooth by time, seemed to pulse with an energy she couldn't explain. She turned it over in her hand, her fingers brushing over the edges. There was something ancient about it, something important. She had worn it for years, yet it felt as though its significance was still hidden, waiting to be revealed. The fire crackled in the distance, the villagers' laughter and voices murmuring softly in the background. Asta sat quietly, staring into the flames, her thoughts turning toward the future. She had a village to protect, a family to guide, and a battle to fight. But there was something more at play, something beyond the immediate threat of the raiders. The pendant was just one small piece of a much larger puzzle, and she would not rest until she understood its puzzle. Meaning, the future was uncertain, but Asta knew one thing for sure. No matter what lay ahead, she would face it with the strength of her people by her side. Together, they would endure. Together, they would survive. The days after the battle passed in a blur, the village working tirelessly to recover from the devastation. The warriors, though weary from their efforts, pressed on with rebuilding the fortifications. The women continued to gather food and supplies, ensuring that their village would be able to withstand another attack. The children, though they could not fight, helped in their own ways, running errands, carrying water, and learning the skills of survival. But for Asta, there was no peace. The weight of the weight. Village's survival rested heavily on her shoulders, and though she was surrounded by people who shared the same burden, she could not shake the sense that the world was shifting beneath her feet. Every night, she found herself standing at the edge of the village, looking out at the dark horizon, wondering when the next threat would appear. The raiders had retreated for now, but Asta knew they would return, and when they did, The village would need to be ready. Ragnar and Eric, her two sons, had grown since the battle. Ragnar, eager as always, had taken on more responsibility, helping the warriors with their training and offering his own ideas for the defense. Eric, though quieter, had spent his days with the women, learning how to care for the sick and the wounded. They were both growing into strong young men, ready to face the world they were inheriting. But Asta knew the world was not kind to the young, and she was determined to prepare them for what was to come. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a soft golden light over the village, Asta stood at the edge of the settlement, watching the last of the day's light fade. Gemstone hidden safely in her pouch. It had been a constant companion since Olaf's death, and though she had worn it for years, she had never understood its true significance. But with each passing day, she felt as though it was calling to her, urging her to uncover its secrets. As she stood there, lost in thought, Bjorn approached from behind, his footsteps heavy but steady. He was one of the few who had remained by her side through every challenge, and she trusted him more than any other warrior. His presence was a great comfort, and though he had grown older and more weathered with each battle, his resolve remained unshaken. Asta, Bjorn said, his voice low and firm. The scouts have returned. The raiders are moving again. They've been spotted further to the north. We'll need to make our move soon. Asta's heart skipped a beat at his words. Though she had been expecting them, the raiders' return had been inevitable, but it was still a shock to hear that they were already on the move. She turned to Bjorn, her mind racing with possibilities. How far? She asked, her voice steady despite the fear that threatened to rise in her chest. They'll reach the village in 3 days, Bjorn replied, his eyes meeting hers with a mixture of respect and concern. But we've learned more. They've brought more in reinforcements from other tribes. This won't be like last time. Asta's mind churned with the implications of his words. The raiders were no longer just a disorganized group of bandits. They had become a well-coordinated force, Goal was no longer just to plunder. They were coming for the village, coming to take everything, to break the very spirit of the people. 3 days, Asta muttered under her breath. We don't have much time. Bjorn nodded. We'll need to nodded. Prepare. We can't fight them the way we did before. We'll need more than just defenses. We need to learn more about them, their leader, their strategy. We can't just wait for them to come to us. Asta considered his words carefully. They had survived the first raid because they had been prepared, because the village had worked together. But this time, the stakes were higher. The raiders were organized, better equipped, and more determined. They were coming for more than just survival. They were coming for conquest. I'll go, Asta said, her voice steady. She had already made the decision. She had no choice. If the village was to survive, she would have to go beyond the walls and learn what the raiders were. Planning before they reached the gates, Bjorn's eyes widened in surprise, and for the first time there was a flicker of doubt in his gaze. Asta, you can't. It's too dangerous. We need you here. To lead the village, to keep the people safe. I am the leader of this village, Asta replied, her voice firm. And as long as I live, I will protect it. I cannot protect it from within these walls. The only way we can win is if we know their plans, if we know their leaders' intentions. I will go, and I will return with the knowledge we need to survive. Bjorn hesitated. His brow furrowed as he considered her words. Finally, he nodded. If you go, you'll need to take someone with you. You can't do this alone. For a moment, her gaze shifting to the village, she knew who she could trust, who would be capable of moving swiftly and silently through the wilderness, who would be able to keep her safe. But there was a weight to that decision as well. It all meant sending someone into the heart of danger. I'll take Ragnar, she said. Finally, he's ready. He's learned more than I ever thought possible, and he knows how to navigate the wilderness. Bjorn's eyes softened with understanding. There was still a trace of concern in his expression. I'll send him with you, but promise me you'll be careful. Asta placed a hand on Bjorn's shoulder, her expression resolute, I promise. But I also know that this is the only way we can protect the village. We can't wait for them to come to us. We need to strike first. Mijor nodded, his face hardening with determination. Then all prepare, the warriors will be ready for anything. That night, Asta sat alone in her longhouse, her thoughts consumed by the journey ahead. Ragnar would go with her. She had seen the fire in his eyes, the same fire that Olaf had carried with him into every battle. He was ready, and though she would give anything to keep him safe, she knew this was a lesson he needed to learn. She looked down at the pendant in her hands, the dark gemstone gleaming faintly in the dim light of the fire. It had been a constant companion, something that had linked her to the past, to Olaf, to her family, and to the life she had known before the chaos of the raids. But now, it felt like more than just a symbol. It felt like a key, one that she was on the brink of unlocking. Asta placed the pendant back in her pouch, a deep sense of purpose settling into her chest. The village would survive. They would all survive. She would make sure of it. Next morning, Asta and Ragnar set out on their journey. The village stood behind them, its people watching with quiet resolve. Asta's heart was heavy as she walked beside her son, the weight of the future pressing down on her. But there was also something else, something more than fear. There was hope. The village had already survived so much, and with was hope. Each step, Asta knew that they would survive again. The journey was long, and the forest around them seemed endless. But Asta and Ragnar moved with purpose, their steps sure, their eyes scanning the land for any sign of the enemy. They had to find out what the raiders were planning, to uncover their strategy before it was too late. Days passed in silence, the quiet of the forest broken only by the crunch of their footsteps in the snow, and the occasional rustling of leaves was biting, and the days grew shorter as they moved deeper into the wilderness. But Asta knew they were getting closer. They could feel it, and then, on the third night, they found it. The raiders' camp. It was hidden deep in the forest, nestled between the trees, far from the eyes of the village. Asta and Ragnar watched from a distance, waiting for the right moment to approach. The camp was larger than they had expected, and there was an air of tension about it. The raiders were preparing for something big. Asta turned to Ragnar, her voice barely a whisper. We need to learn everything we can. Watch carefully. We need to know who their leader is and what they're planning. Ragnar nodded. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the camp. They were about to step into the heart of the Thart storm, but they had no choice. The village's future depended on what they learned here, and so, with hearts steady and minds sharp, Asta and Ragnar set out to uncover the truth, to find the key to the raiders' plans, and ensure the survival of their people. The night was colder than Asta had anticipated, and as the wind whistled through the trees, she pulled her cloak tighter around her shoulders, her breath visible in the frigid air. The raiders' camp lay just ahead, nestled in a small clearing between the trees, their fires flickering in the darkness. Asta crouched low to the ground beside Ragnar, her eyes scanning the camp for any signs of movement. They had been tracking the raiders for days, carefully avoiding detection. But now, as they watched the camp from the shadows, the tension was palpable. They were so close now. Closer than they had ever been to understanding the enemy's plans. Asta's heart beat steadily in her chest, but there was a quiet anxiety lurking just beneath the surface. This was no longer just about surviving a raid. The raiders were growing stronger, and with each passing day, Asta became more certain that they were planning something much more sinister than a simple attack. There was something about their leader, something cold and calculating, that made Asta's skin crawl. She needed to know who he was, who they were, and what they were planning for the village. Ragnar, beside her, was equally focused. His eyes darting between the movements of the raiders. He was quiet, but Asta could feel his presence, his energy, as if he was as much a part of this mission as she was. Her son was no longer just a boy. He was becoming someone who understood the way of what they were doing, someone who would one day be a leader himself. And though it hurt her to know that he would face the same dangers she had, Asta couldn't deny that he was ready. They both were. Stay low, Asta whispered, her voice barely audible. Watch the leader. We need to know where he is and what he's doing. Ragnar nodded, his posture shifting as he crouched down even lower. He was still a child in some ways, but in others, Asta could see the young warrior he was becoming. Her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and fear as she glanced at him. He had grown so quickly, too quickly, she sometimes thought. The world they were living in forced them all to grow up faster than they should, to face challenges that no child should ever have to face. Asta focused her attention on the camp. Again, her sharp eyes searching for any sign of the raiders' leader. She could hear their murmurs, the occasional laugh, and the clinking of weapons as they prepared for something. The man who led them was a shadow at the edge of the firelight, his movements deliberate and careful. Asta could feel his presence even from this distance. It was something she couldn't explain, but it was there, like a pull in the air, a weight pressing down on her. As Asta continued to watch, she noticed something. There were maps spread out on the ground near the leader's fire, and the raiders were gathered around them, talking in low voices. She couldn't hear their exact words, but she could see the way they moved, the urgency in their gestures. They were planning something big. We need to get closer, Asta murmured, her voice laced with urgency. We need to hear what they're saying. Ragnar shifted beside her, his eyes narrowing with determination. I'll go, he said quietly. I'll get closer, see what I can find. Asta shook her head immediately. No, it's too risky. We can't afford to be seen. But Ragnar was already slipping into the shadows, moving with the quiet precision Asta had taught him. Asta hesitated for a moment, her heart thumping in her chest, but she knew there was no stopping him. Ragnar was determined, and though it frightened her to think of him out there alone, she also knew that he was capable. She watched him slip away, his figure blending into the darkness, and for a moment, Asta allowed herself to trust him. He was becoming a man before her eyes, ready to take on a world that she had fought so hard to protect him from. But the world was not kind to Thea, innocent, and as much as Asta wanted to shield him, she knew he had to face it just as she had. Asta's mind raced as she kept her eyes trained on the raiders' camp. Her thoughts flickered back to the village. It had been days since they had left, and Asta had left the village in the hands of the warriors and the women. She had trusted them to keep the village safe, but the knowledge that the raiders could return at any time hung over her like a dark cloud. Every minute they spent out here gathering information was 1 minute closer to the enemy's next move. Ragnar returned after what felt like an eternity, his face flushed with excitement. He crouched down beside Asta, his breath coming in short bursts from exertion. They're planning something big, Ragnar whispered urgently. The leader he's talking about a raid, but it's not just any raid. They want to strike at the heart of the village, catch us by surprise. They have the numbers, weapons, and they're planning to move within the next few days. Asta's heart sank. She had feared this. The raiders weren't just coming for supplies. They were coming for total control. This was no longer a raid. This was war. Do they know we're ready? Asta asked, her voice a low whisper. Ragnar nodded. They know, the leader said. They'll take the village before we can respond. He's confident they'll succeed. Asta felt a wave of cold wash over her. The raiders had been studying Thea village, learning its strengths and weaknesses. They weren't coming with a blind fury anymore. They were coming with a plan, a well-thought-out plan, a plan that would decimate everything they had built. We need to get back to the village, Asta said, her voice sharp with urgency. We need to prepare. We don't have much time. Ragnar nodded, his eyes burning with determination. Asta knew he was ready for this, ready to face whatever danger lay ahead. She led the way, her footsteps sure and steady, as they made their way back through the forest, back toward the village. The journey felt longer this time, the weight of what they had learned pressing down on them both. The forest, once familiar and comforting, now seemed like a labyrinth, a place full of hidden dangers. Asta's mind raced as she thought of the village, of the warriors who were ready to defend it, of the women and children who depended on them to keep them safe. When they reached the safe village, Asta wasted no time. She went straight to the warriors, her voice urgent as she relayed what they had learned. The raiders are planning something big, Asta said, her words cutting through the air like a blade. They're coming for us. They're not just looking for supplies. They want to take the village to break us. We have 3 days, might be less, to prepare. Bjorn, who had been listening closely, turned to the other warriors, his face grim. Well, need to reinforce the defenses, double the watch, make sure no one can get in or out without us knowing. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Asta nodded, her mind already working through the logistics. The women will need to be ready to help. We can't just defend the walls. We need to make sure the children are safe, that the supply lines are secure. And we need to send scouts. We need to know where they're coming from. Bjorn gave a sharp nod. We'll organize the men. We'll split them into groups. Some will stay to defend. Others will scout. We won't be caught off guard again. Asta turned to Ragnar, who was standing quietly beside her, his eyes filled with the weight of the situation. Ragnar, she said, her voice soft but firm, you'll stay here with me. You've already done your part. Now we need to make sure the village is ready. Ragnar hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, understanding that his role had changed. You'll do whatever I can, he said quietly. With their plan in place, the warriors and women began to move quickly, gathering what they needed, reinforcing the walls, and preparing for the fight ahead. The village, once quiet and peaceful, was now filled with the sounds of preparation, the clanging of metal, the low murmur of voices, the hasty footsteps of warriors and women alike. Asta stood with the warriors, her eyes scanning the horizon as the sun dipped lower in the sky. She had done everything she could to prepare the village, but the weight for what was coming still pressed heavily on her. She could feel the darkness of the approaching storm. The battle would come, and it would come, and it would come. Test them all, but they were ready. She looked over at Ragnar and Eric, standing side by side, watching the preparations unfold. Her heart ached, knowing they would be part of this world now, part of the fight. They would never again be children sheltered from the harsh realities of life, but they were strong. They had learned what it meant to survive. Asta turned back to the warriors, her heart steady, her mind sharp. We will survive, she whispered to herself, though she knew it was a promise as much to her people as it was to herself. We will not let them take us, not now, not ever. The village would stand, no matter the storm that came. The preparations continued in silence, but the weight of the impending battle hung in the air, thick and heavy. As Asta moved among the villagers, checking on the warriors, organizing the women and children, and overseeing the fortifications, she felt an intense mix of determination and dread. Every small decision, every action taken could mean the difference between life and death. It was not a feeling she was unfamiliar with, but now, as the sun dipped lower on the horizon and the last vestiges of daylight began to fade, it felt more pressing than ever before. She had always lived in a world of uncertainty. From the moment she became a widow to the day she realized she would have to protect the village from forces far stronger than her. But this moment was different. She wasn't just preparing for a raid. She was preparing for a war. The raiders weren't just looking for plunder. They were looking for control, and they were coming with an organized force, one that would push her people to the brink. Asta took a deep breath, pushing away the thoughts that threatened to cloud her judgment. Now was not the time for fear. Her people depended on her to lead them, to make the decisions that would keep them alive. And so she moved with purpose, her eyes scanning every corner of the village, ensuring that every defense was in place. The warriors worked quickly, reinforcing the walls, while the women organized supplies and readied themselves to act when the time came. The children, though too young to fight, understood the importance of the moment. They helped where they could, carrying water, delivering messages, and following the instructions of the women with an eagerness that made Asta's heart swell with pride. But there was something else that lingered in her mind. The pendant. She had worn it for years, a reminder of her past, of Olaf, of everything she had lost. But as the time to face the raiders grew nearer, it felt more like a weight than a symbol of strength. It pulsed with an energy that she couldn't ignore, a strange connection that had always been there, but had never been fully understood. It was as though the pendant itself was trying to tell her something, trying to guide her toward a truth she wasn't yet ready to face. Asta, Bjorn's voice cut through her thoughts, bringing her back to the present. He stood before her, his face tired but determined. The men are ready. We've reinforced the walls, and the warriors are in position. We'll be able to hold the pass, but we need you to lead us. We need you to tell us what's next. Asta looked up at him, meeting his gaze. There was a quiet strength in his eyes, the same strength she had seen in him from the first time she had met him. He had been a soldier for many years, and yet he still had the fire of a man who had something to protect. The village was in his blood as much as it was in hers, and together they had become the backbone of this place. "We'll hold the pass," Asta said, her voice calm but filled with a quiet intensity. "But we need to strike before they do. We can't wait for them to come to us again. If we give them the initiative, we risk losing everything." Bjorn nodded, his expression resolute. "We're with you, Asta. We follow your lead." The villagers gathered around the fire that night, the air filled with the smell of roasting meat and the sound of quiet conversation. There was a sense of unity in the village, a confidence that came with knowing they were prepared, even if the outcome was uncertain. Asta walked through the crowd, her eyes taking in the faces of the people who depended on her. She saw strength in them all, in the warriors who stood ready to fight, in the women who would protect the children, in the children themselves who would one day take their place in the defense of the village. But as she walked, her mind was elsewhere, drifting back to the pendant. She could feel it there, in her pouch, like a weight she couldn't shake. She had always believed that the pendant was a symbol of her past, of Olaf, of the love they had shared, and the life they had built together. But now, it seemed to be more than that. It was connected to something greater, something beyond the village, beyond the raiders. She didn't know what it was, but she knew it had a role to play in the days to come. When she reached the farthest edge of the village, she stopped and looked out into the distance. The mountains loomed. In the distance, their peaks hidden by the setting sun. The world beyond the village felt distant, but Asta knew that the battle was coming. It would come with the darkness, with the cold wind that carried the scent of the raiders, and with the noise of war that would soon be heard across the land. "Tomorrow," she whispered to herself, "we fight." The night passed slowly. Asta lay awake in her bed, her thoughts racing. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that there was more at play than just a raid. But what was it? Torah. She reached for the pendant, the cool surface of the gemstone familiar beneath her fingers. She closed her eyes and let the warmth of the fire in the hearth fill the room, allowing herself a moment of peace. And then something changed. The pendant pulsed in her hand, a faint thrum that made her heart skip a beat. It wasn't just the heat of the fire or the nervousness in her chest. It was the pendant itself. It was alive with energy, with something she couldn't explain. Breath caught in her throat as the thrum grew stronger, the gemstone glowing faintly in the low light. For a moment, Asta was frozen. She had worn the pendant for so long, always thinking of it as a relic, a piece of her past. But now, in this quiet moment, it felt like something else, something powerful. She wasn't sure what it meant, but she knew that the time had come to understand it. Asta stood up, her mind still racing, and made her way outside. She couldn't stay in the longhouse any longer. She needed to be alone to think. The cool night air hit her face as she stepped into the open, the moon full and bright above. She moved quietly to the edge of the village, the pendant still warm in her hand. Pendant pulsed once more, stronger now, and Asta felt a pull in her chest. It wasn't just a connection to the past, to Olaf. It was something else, something she couldn't fully understand. It was as if the pendant was calling to her, urging her to find the answers that had eluded her for so long. Suddenly, there was a shift in the air, a sound faint at first, then growing louder. It was a hum, a vibration in the earth itself, as though something was stirring beneath the surface. Asta froze. Her senses heightened as the vibration grew stronger. She wasn't sure what was happening, but she could feel it. Something was shifting. Something was coming. The wind picked up, and Asta looked out toward the forest. Her heart, no doubt, raced as she saw movement. Not from the raiders, but from the shadows of the trees. She wasn't sure what she was seeing, but it felt like something ancient, something powerful, and it was coming closer. Mother! Ragnar's voice called softly. From behind her, Asta turned, her heart pounding as her son stepped forward, his eyes wide with concern. What's happening? Ragnar asked, his voice filled with fear. Asta opened her mouth to answer, but no words came. She didn't know what was happening. All she knew was that the village was on the brink of something far larger than the raiders. The future was shifting, and she could feel it pulling her towards something she had never understood before. The pendant glowed brightly in her hand, its energy surging through her body as the night air crackled with an unseen force. Asta felt a strange sense of clarity in that moment, a sense that the battle ahead was not just about survival. It was about understanding the greater forces that shaped the world around them, and she was ready to face whatever was coming, ready to uncover the mysteries that had remained hidden for so long. Asta's heart hammered in her chest as she stood there, the pendant glowing faintly in her hand. The village around her was quiet, but she felt a strange vibration in the air, something she couldn't explain, but that made her entire body hum with anticipation. The darkness of the night seemed to deepen, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Ragnar's face was full of concern, his eyes wide as he looked from the pendant in Asta's hand to the forest beyond. Asta felt the pull of something ancient, something that had always been there, just out of reach, but now drawing closer. She had always known that the village faced threats from the raiders, but the more she stood there, the more she realized there was something larger at work. Mother, Ragnar asked, his voice quiet but filled with a quiet urgency. What's happening? Asta turned to face him, the weight of the moment settling heavily on her shoulders. She had always protected him, kept him safe from the dangers of the world, but now it seemed as though the dangers were no longer just from the outside. The pull she felt from the pendant was real. It was calling to her, urging her towards something, and it wasn't just the raiders. It was something deeper, something tied to the very land they stood. I don't know, she replied softly, her voice steady despite the growing unease. But whatever it is, it's bigger than us. We've been preparing for the raiders, but there's something else, something I've been missing. Ragnar's brow furrowed, and Asta could see the unease in his eyes. Was still a child in many ways, but she had seen him grow into a young man who could understand far more than she had ever expected. She had taught him to be strong, to fight, to protect what was theirs. But this was beyond anything they had faced before. Before she could say more, a sudden noise caught their attention. The wind shifted, howling through the trees, and the ground seemed to rumble beneath their feet. Asta turned toward the sound, her instincts kicking in. The village was too quiet. It was too still. And then, from the darkened forest ahead, she saw them, figures, moving in the shadows, not just raiders. They were too deliberate, too silent. They moved like shadows themselves, a darkness that stretched beyond the edge of the trees and into the clearing where Asta and Ragnar stood. Asta's heart skipped a beat. These were not raiders. They were something else. Her grip on the pendant tightened as she watched the figures move closer. Ragnar instinctively stepped closer to her, his eyes wide, but he didn't speak. The world around them seemed to pulse with a low hum, and Asta felt an odd sense of recognition in the strange figures. She didn't know who they were, but they felt familiar, as though they had been there all along, waiting in the background. Who are they? Ragnar whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Asta's voice was low, almost a whisper. I don't know, but we need to find out. The figures emerged from the trees, their faces obscured by the dark hoods they wore, their movements smooth and quiet as they approached the center of the village. Asta had seen enough of the world to know that no one moved like that unless they had trained in ways she couldn't imagine. These were not ordinary people. They were warriors, but not the kind she was used to facing. Asta motioned for Ragnar to stay behind her, moving silently toward the edge of the village. Her pulse quickened, but she fought to keep her steps steady. This was no time for hesitation. Whatever this was, it was bigger than the raiders, bigger than the village. It was something she had not prepared for. The figures stopped just before the village square, their faces still hidden. One of them stepped forward, and the others followed in a perfect line. They were tall, their movements fluid, almost otherworldly in their precision. And as they approached, Asta felt the familiar tug of the pendant once again. It was stronger now, almost overwhelming. She could feel its energy coursing through her, as if the very air around her had come alive with power. The leader of the group raised a hand, and the others stopped in place. The moment he did, Asta felt a shift, as though the world had tilted slightly. The air was thick with a whirl. The air was thick with something that made her skin prickle, her heart race. Something ancient, something primal, was stirring in the depths of the land, and these figures, they were part of it. The leader's voice broke through the silence, soft but commanding, carrying an eerie weight. "You have called us." Asta's breath caught in her throat. There was no doubt in her mind now. This was not a raid. This was something else, something far more powerful. She had been right to feel the pull. The pendant, this ancient relic that had been passed down through her family for generations, was part of something much larger. And now she was standing in the presence of it. Asta stepped forward, her voice steady despite the storm brewing. Inside her, "I did not call you," she said, "but I recognize your presence. You are not raiders." The leader tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing as if considering her words. "Not raiders, no. We are something older that has been watching, waiting." Ragnar moved closer to Asta, his curiosity evident, but his fear was palpable too. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice unsteady. The leader smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. "Who we are is not important. What matters is that you have the pendant." Asta's heart raced. She had suspected that the pendant was part of something greater, but this was beyond her comprehension. The pendant, an object that had belonged to her family for generations, was tied to these figures, to something ancient and powerful. She had always believed it was a symbol of her strength, of her survival, but now, in this moment, she realized it was far more than that. "It's not just a pendant," Asta whispered to herself, more as a realization than a question. To Ragnar, her thoughts racing. It's a key." The leader's expression softened, and he nodded, his eyes locked on the pendant in her hand. "Yes, a key to something that was lost. You have inherited the key, and now you will have to choose." Asta's breath caught in her throat. "Choose us." The leader stepped closer, his gaze steady. "The land is waking. The balance that has held this world together is shifting. The raiders, the war, it's all part of something larger than you can see. And you must decide if you will be a part of it." Asta stood frozen, trying to comprehend the magnitude of what was being said. The village was not just under threat from raiders, it was under threat from something ancient, something connected to the very land itself. And now, Asta was caught in the middle of it, holding the key to whatever it was. She didn't know what that meant, didn't know what choice she would have to make, but she knew one thing. The future of her people rested in her hands. "What is this balance you speak of?" Asta asked, her voice steady, though every part of her wanted to flee, to run back to her village and protect her children. But she knew she couldn't, not now. The leader took a step closer, his voice low but filled with an unmistakable weight. "The world has always had a balance between forces, those who live in the light and those who dwell in the shadows. Your people, the raiders, the earth itself, they are all part of this balance, and it is shifting, breaking apart. The key you hold holds the power to either restore the balance or to destroy it." Asta's mind raced as the weight of his words settled over her. This was no longer just a battle for the village. This was something far more complex, far more dangerous. The pendant, this relic passed down through her family, was the key to something far beyond her understanding. And then, in that moment, as if the earth itself was reacting to the presence of these figures. The ground shook. It was a low rumble at first, barely noticeable, but then it grew stronger. The trees swayed, and the sky darkened as if the very world itself was reacting to the words that had been spoken. The leader's eyes gleamed. The time has come for you to choose. Asta's heart raced, and she could feel the pull of the pendant, its energy growing stronger, its power calling to her. This was bigger than the raiders, bigger than the village. The world was changing, and she had a part to play in its future. The choice was hers, and she knew she would not face it alone. The air crackled with energy, the ground beneath Asta's feet trembling, as though the earth itself was alive. The leader of the shadowed figures stood before her, his gaze fixed on the pendant in her hand, his expression unreadable. The wind had picked up, swirling through the trees, rustling the branches with a sound that seemed almost like a whisper. The village, the people she had worked so tirelessly to protect, seemed so far away now. The way the moment pressed down on her, her pulse quickening with the realization that everything was about to change. Asta held the pendant tightly in her hand, its gemstone glowing faintly, its warmth seeping into her palm. She could feel its power thrumming through her, and for the first time, she understood what it truly was. It wasn't just a relic. It wasn't just a symbol of her past, of Olaf and the family she had lost. It was a key to something far greater than she could comprehend, and the choice she made now would shape not just her future, but the future of the village, the land, and everything connected to it. Choose. The leader's voice was calm, but it held a deep, resonating authority that made Asta's heart race. You have the power to restore balance, but the cost is high. The forces that are at play are not merciful, and they will demand everything to restore balance. You must make a choice that will alter the course of this world. The weight of his words sank into her chest, like a stone dropped into deep water. Asta knew she couldn't run from this. She had always been the protector, the one who stood between the darkness and her people. She had fought and led with the strength of the village behind her. But now, it seemed the battle was no longer just about survival. It was about something much larger. It was about the future of everything. Not just the village, but about the future of everything. The very world itself. Asta glanced at Ragnar, who stood beside her, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and awe. He had never seen her like this before, never seen her face a choice so vast, so overwhelming. Her heart ached for him, for the boy ached for him. She had raised to be strong, to face the world as it was, but he was no longer just a child. He was growing into the man who would one day inherit the weight of the village's future. And Asta knew that this moment would change him, just as it was changing her. Ragnar took a hesitant step forward, his voice barely above a whisper. "What do we do, Mother?" Asta turned to him, her expression softening for a moment. "I don't know yet, Ragnar," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "But I will not let you or the village fall into darkness. I will make the choice that ensures our survival. Whatever it takes." The leader stepped forward, his movements fluid and purposeful, as though he were part of the very shadows themselves. His eyes were fixed on Asta, and she could feel the weight of his gaze like a pressure against her skin. "Time is running out," he said. "The balance shifts, and it will not wait for you. You must choose now." The ground beneath Asta's feet rumbled again, this time stronger, as though the land itself was calling to her, urging her to make her decision. She could feel the energy of the pendant growing stronger in her hand, a pulse that reverberated through her entire body. Feel the power it held, a power that could heal or destroy. "Choose," the leader repeated, his voice now a low, insistent hum that seemed to resonate within her chest. "You hold the key to the future, but understand this. Every choice carries a cost. To restore balance, you will have to give something up, something precious. The forces you will awaken will not be kind." Asta felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She had always thought of the world in terms of survival, of protecting her people. But now, the stakes were higher. The choices she made would not only shape the fate of the village, but also the fate of the world itself. The power of the pendant was ancient, and she could feel its weight in her very soul. It was calling to her, asking her to do something she wasn't sure she was ready to do. The leader's gaze was unwavering, his expression inscrutable. The balance has shifted, it has been broken, and the consequences will be broken. Dire, if you choose to restore it, you will awaken the forces that have been dormant for centuries, forces that will either heal or destroy. Asta looked down at the pendant in her hand, the dark gemstone glinting in the dim light. Her mind raced. She had always been strong, had always made choices that protected those she loved. But this was different. This wasn't just about protecting the village. This wasn't just about surviving the next raid. This was about something greater, something that threatened to unravel the world she had fought so hard to protect. And yet she knew in her heart that there was no turning back. The raiders were only the beginning. The land was waking, and with it the vain forces that had slumbered for so long. She could feel it now, in the very earth beneath her feet, in the air around her. In the heartbeat of the world itself, the balance was shifting, and she held the key to either restore it or see it destroyed forever. She turned to Ragnar once more, his face filled with uncertainty. She knew he was afraid. They all were, but there was a strength in him that she had never seen before, a strength that had been forged in the fires of battle, and in the love of a mother who had raised him to understand the weight of the world. He was ready, even if he didn't yet understand the full extent of the choice they faced. "We will face this together," Asta said softly, her voice filled with the resolve she knew they both needed. "Whatever happens, we will face it together." Ragnar nodded, his eyes steady. He had always trusted her, and now he would follow her into the unknown, just as he had always followed her lead. Asta turned back to the leader of the shadowed figures, her heart steady now, her resolve clear. "I choose to restore the balance," she said, her voice firm and unwavering. "I will do whatever it takes to protect the village, to protect the land, and to ensure that the future we fight for is not lost." The leader's eyes gleamed with a strange intensity, as though he had been waiting for her answer all along. "Very well," he said, his voice softening. "But know this, the forces you will awaken will not be merciful. You will face trials unlike any you have ever known. The path ahead will not be easy, but you will not face it alone." Asta nodded, her hand still gripping the pendant tightly. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, a power that vibrated through her very bones. She could feel the shift, the change, as if something vast and ancient was waking from its long slumber. The forces she had awakened were beyond her understanding, but she had no choice. She had made her decision, and now she would live with the consequences. The ground rumbled again, and the shadows of the figures seemed to shift, their forms becoming less defined, as if they were part of the very darkness itself. The leader raised his hand, and the air around them shimmered with an otherworldly energy. The trees groaned, the wind howled, and the world seemed to hold its breath. Asta took a deep breath, feeling the weight of what was happening, of what she had chosen. She knew that there was no turning back. The village, her people, her sons, they were all tied to this moment, to the choice she had made. The future was uncertain, but Asta was ready to face it. Together they would fight. Together they would stand strong. As the shadows deepened around her, Asta felt the pendant's power surging within her. She was no longer just the protector of the village. She was the key to restoring balance to the world. And with that knowledge came a fierce determination. Whatever lay ahead, Asta would face it with Ragnar, with her people, with the strength of the land itself at her back. The leader stepped back into the shadows, his form dissolving into the night, and the air settled into a heavy silence. But Asta knew that this silence would not last. The storm was coming, and she would be ready. The storm was coming. Air was thick with tension as Asta stood there, her mind spinning with the weight of the choice she had made. The shadows around her seemed to pulse, as if the land itself was holding its breath, waiting for the moment to pass. the leader of Theo. Shadowed figures had vanished into the darkness, his presence lingering like a whisper in the wind. Asta felt the pendant burning in her hand, the heat of its power seeping into her bones, stirring something deep within her that she couldn't quite understand. Beside her, Ragnar was still, his eyes locked on the spot where the figure had stood, his face full of both awe and confusion. She could see the conflict in him, the same conflict that raged within her. They had made their choice, but what would within her it mean for them? What would it mean for the village, for the land itself? Mother, what did we just do? Ragnar asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Asta didn't immediately answer. She could. How could she explain what she had just chosen? How could she explain the weight of the decision that now rested on her shoulders? It wasn't just about fighting the raiders anymore. It was about restoring something that had been broken, something that was beyond her standing. The pendant was not just a relic, it was a key to unlocking something far greater and far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. We've chosen to restore the balance, Asta said finally, her voice steady, but filled with an edge of uncertainty. But I don't know what that will mean for us, for the village, for you. Ragnar turned to face her, his brow furrowed with concern. But we've already fought so hard to protect it. The raiders will come again, we know that. So why? Why do we need to awaken something else? Something that we don't understand. Asta's heart ached as she looked at her son. He was right. They had fought so hard for so long. And now it seemed as though the fight was becoming something else, something more dangerous. But she knew that the battle they had just fought was only the beginning. The village was only one piece in a much larger puzzle, and now they were caught in the middle of it. The raiders are not our only enemy, Asta said softly. Her voice carried the weight of the truth she had only just come to understand. They are a symptom of something larger, something that has been growing for a long time, and now is waking. The forces of nature, the very land itself, are shifting. The raiders are just one piece of this, but if we don't restore balance, the land will be consumed by the chaos. Ragnar's eyes widened as he took in her words, and for a moment Asta saw a flicker of fear in his gaze. She had always tried to shield him from the darker truths of the world. She had wanted to protect him from the weight of the decisions that came with leadership. But now, as the world around them shifted, she knew that her son was being forced to grow up faster than she had ever imagined. We can't go back, Ragnar. We can't go back, Ragnar. Asta said softly, her voice filled with both resolve and sorrow. We've already chosen this path. The only thing we can do now is face it together. Ragnar nodded slowly, his expression softening. I understand, Mother. I'm with you. I am with you. Always will be. Asta smiled at him, her heart swelling with pride. But there was a sharp ache in her chest, too. She had never wanted this for him. She had never wanted him to face a world this dark, a world where the forces they had once taken for granted were now threatening to unravel. But she knew that Ragnar, like her, was a product of the world they lived in, the world of constant survival, of constant fight. It was the only world he knew. Asta turned to face the village, the warm glow of the fires flickering in the distance. She could feel the pull of the pendant still, its energy alive within her. She didn't know where this path would lead, but she knew she couldn't walk it alone. She would need the village. She would need Ragnar. She would need every warrior, every woman, every child. Together, they were stronger than anything that came their way. We need to go back, Asta said quietly, her voice resolute. We need to prepare, Ragnar nodded. But there was a tension in the air now, a quiet undercurrent that neither of them could ignore. The land was changing, and so were they. And so were they. Battle that was coming wasn't just about raiders anymore. It was about something far greater, something ancient. As Asta and Ragnar made their way back toward the village, the air grew colder. The wind whipped through the trees, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant echoes of the forces that were stirring. The forest, which had once felt like a sanctuary, now seemed to close in around them, as though it too was holding its breath, waiting for what was to come. Reached the village just as the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon. The warriors were already at their posts, moving with quiet determination as they prepared for whatever came next. The women were organizing the safe hole, ensuring that every child had a place to hide against the raiders breached the walls. Asta and Ragnar walked straight to the heart of the village, where the fire burned brightly. The villagers looked up as they approached, their faces filled with as they approached, a mixture of exhaustion and resolve. They had already faced so much, but now, with the knowledge of the forces at play, they knew that the battle was far from over. Asta stepped forward, her voice carrying across the gathered people. The voice carrying across the gathered people. Raiders are not our only enemy, she began, her voice steady despite the weight of the words she was about to speak. There are greater forces at work. The land is shifting. The balance that has kept us safe is broken, and we must restore it. If we do not, the raiders will be the least of our worries. The villagers murmured among themselves, uncertainty in their eyes, but Asta could feel the strength of their resolve. They had followed her before, and they would follow her again. We have awakened something, Asta continued, holding the pendant up for all to see. And now we must face it together. The warriors stepped forward, their faces hard with determination. The women, who had been preparing for battle in their own way, gathered beside them. The children, though too young to fight, stood together ready to do their part. The village once again was united, not just in defense of their home, but in the understanding that they were part of something greater, something far beyond Theon. Raiders, the earth beneath their feet trembled again, and the sky darkened as if in response to Asta's words. The village had been chosen for something far greater than survival. And now, as the forces of the land stirred and thither, shadows of the ancient power began to reveal themselves. Asta knew that the true fight had only just begun. The path ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger, and filled with the kind of darkness that could swallow them whole. But Asta had made a her choice. She had chosen to restore the balance, to awaken the ancient forces that had been lying dormant for so long. The cost would be high, but she would not back down. Not now, not when her people, her family, her sons depended on her. She turned to Ragnar, her heart full as she saw the strength in his eyes. "We face this together," she said, her voice filled with the power of the decision she had made. "We will fight for the future of the village, land, and for each other." Ragnar nodded, his face set with determination. "Together," he repeated, his voice strong, steady. And so, with that promise, the village prepared for the battle ahead. They would not face it alone. They would not face it alone. Would face it as one, united by the choice Asta had made. A choice that would shape the future, not just of the village, but of the land itself. The balance had been broken, but they would restore it. Whatever the cost, the days that followed felt like a waking dream, as if Asta and the village were on the precipice of something far larger than they had ever imagined. The choice had been made. The balance would be restored, or it would be shattered beyond repair. The village, despite its strength and unity, was now caught in the grip of forces that reached far beyond the reach of its walls. The air was thick with anticipation, and every step they took toward preparation felt like they were stepping into a vast, uncharted wilderness. Asta stood before the fire, watching as the warriors sharpened their blades, adjusted their armor, and prepared themselves for whatever would come. The women, strong and resolute, gathered in small groups, ensuring that the free children would be safe, gathering food and medicine, preparing themselves for the unknown. There was no denying the weight of the task ahead. They were not just defending their village from the raiders anymore. The forces they faced were older. The forces they faced were older, more powerful, and more insidious than any they had ever imagined. In the distance, the mountains loomed like silent sentinels, their peaks hidden in the swirling mists. The land was restless. The village itself felt like it was holding itself breath, waiting for something that no one could predict. As the sun began to set that evening, Asta stood with Ragnar and Eric at the edge of the village. They had just finished their final preparations, and though the weight of the situation hung over them all, there was an undeniable sense of unity. The villagers were ready. They were prepared. They had no choice but to face whatever came next. Together, Ragnar was quiet as he stood next to her, his face serious, his eyes scanning the horizon. She had seen this look on his face before, when he was ready for battle, when he was determined to prove himself. But Asta knew that this was different. This wasn't about proving strength. This was about survival, and Ragnar was beginning to understand the true cost of it. "You understand, don't you?" Asta asked softly, her gaze fixed on the distant mountain. Ragnar turned to her, his brow furrowed. "Understand what? That this fight is not just about us. It's about the land itself. The balance that has kept us safe is breaking, and we've chosen to fight for it." Asta's voice was steady, but there was a deep sadness in her heart. She had wanted to protect Ragnar, to shield him from the pain that came with the world they lived in. But now he was no longer just a child. He was becoming a man who would face the same battles she had. Ragnar nodded slowly, his expression shifting as the weight of her words sank in. "I know, Mother. It's not just about the raiders. It's about everything we've worked for." Asta placed a hand on his shoulder, squeezing it gently. "And is about the future, Ragnar. The future of Vager, Ragnar. The future of the evil village, of the land, of everything we hold dear." Eric, the quieter of the two, stood beside them, his gaze fixed on the darkening horizon. Though he was young, Asta could see the strength in him, the quiet resolve that mirrored her own. She had always known Eric would one day rise to a challenge, though she had never imagined it would be this soon. "Well, I'll make it through," Eric said quietly, his voice steady but filled with an inner strength that Asta had come to rely on. Together, Asta smiled at her sons, her heart swelling with pride. They were ready. They were no longer just children. They were becoming the leaders of tomorrow, the ones who would carry the village forward when the time came. And though the time came, Asta had tried to shield them from the darker truths of the world. She realized now that they were already a part of it. Just as she was, the balance had shifted, and they would face the consequences of that shift as the final preparations were made. Asta felt a growing sense of urgency. The leader of the raiders, the one who had orchestrated the previous attack, was not just a simple enemy. He was part of something larger, something far older. Forces that had awakened were more than just threats to the village. They were part of the very fabric of the land, of the balance that had kept the world in harmony for centuries. And now, that balance was in danger of being destroyed. The village stood united, ready to face whatever challenge came next. The warriors, armed and ready, took their positions, hidden in the safe hold, and that every supply was ready in case the village needed to be evacuated. Asta moved through the crowd, offering quiet words of encouragement, making sure that everyone knew their role. And then, just as the last of the far warriors took their places, a sound echoed across the valley, a sound that made Asta's heart race and her blood run cold. The raiders had arrived. Asta's breath caught in her throat as she turned to face the warriors, her eyes scanning the horizon. The distant thrum of hooves could be heard, growing louder with each passing moment. The wind had shifted, carrying with it the scent of smoke and the heavy, oppressive atmosphere of war. The moment had come. "We hold," Asta said firmly, her voice carrying over the gathered warriors. "Wu will not let them through, not this time. We fight for the village, for our people, for our future." The warriors shouted in unison, their voices filled with a fierce, unbreakable resolve. They had faced battles before, but this was different. This time, they were not just fighting for survival. They were fighting for the very soul of the land. Asta turned to Ragnar and Eric, her eyes filled with pride. "Stay close, and remember, we fight together. We protect each other. No matter what happens, we are stronger together." Ragnar nodded, his eyes bright with determination. Eric gave her a soft, silent nod, his calmness a steadying presence. Feel the strength of the village behind her, and in that moment, she knew they would not fail. They could not fail. The raiders were nearly upon them now, their figures emerging from the mist, their war cries echoing through the trees. Asta's grip tightened around the pendant, its warmth now a source of strength. The world was changing. The forces that had been unleashed were beyond their understanding, but they had no choice now but to face them. As the raiders approached, the faced warriors formed ranks, their shields raised, their swords ready. The village stood ready to fight, each person knowing their role, each movement a part of the larger strategy. The first clash came swiftly, the warriors meeting the raiders with the full force of their training. The sound of battle filled the air, the clash of steel, the cries of warriors, the rumble of hooves as the raiders charged forward. Asta watched from the edge of the battlefield, her heart racing as the warriors fought with all their might. The battle was fierce, but she knew they could hold the pass. The raiders were strong, but they were not prepared for the unity that the village had forged. The warriors fought as one, pushing back the raiders, holding their ground against the onslaught. And then in the distance, Asta saw him, the leader of the raiders, the one who had orchestrated it all, the one who had been pulling the strings from the shadows. He was larger than life, his dark cloak billowing around him as he rode through the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with a battlefield, ruthless determination. He was the one who had brought this war to their doorstep, the one who had caused the land to shift. Asta's heart pounded in her chest. This was it, the final confrontation. The raiders would not stop until they had broken the village. But Asta would not let that happen. She would not let them win. With a swift motion, Asta turned to Ragnar and Eric. "Stay here, stay safe, you'll be back." Without waiting for a response, she strode to the battlefield, her eyes locked on the leader. The battle raged around her, but all she could see was him, the one who held the key to the raiders' plans, the one who had brought this chaos to their doorstep. She fought her way through the fray, her movements swift and precise. The warriors were pushing the raiders back, but the leader was still a threat. She had to stop him. She had to end this once and for all. As she neared him, the leader turned, his eyes locking on hers. For a moment, time seemed to slow. His gaze was cold, calculating, and Asta could feel the weight of his presence, the power that seemed to radiate from him. But she wasn't afraid. She had made her choice, and she would see it through, no matter the cost. The leader raised his sword, and the two of them met in the center of the battlefield. The clash of steel rang out, the sound deafening as they locked in combat. Asta fought with everything she had, her every movement fueled by the power of the pendant, by the strength of her people, by the love she had for her family and her village. She would not let him win. She would not let the darkness take over. The battle raged around them, but Asta was focused solely on the leader. The fight was fierce, but she could feel the tide turning. The leader was strong, but he was not invincible. And as the pendulum of fate swung, Asta knew that this battle, this war, would end with her, with them, together. Clash of steel rang out across the battlefield, a sound that echoed in Asta's bones. Her grip tightened around her sword as she squared off against the leader of the raiders. The figure before her was tall, commanding, his dark cloak swirling, like a shadow around him as he moved with deadly grace. His eyes were cold and calculating, filled with the ruthlessness of a man who had made war his entire life. But Asta was not afraid. She had seen his kind before. She had fought them before, and she would not let him take her home. The leader lunged first, his sword coming at her with a speed that was almost impossible to track. Asta parried the blow just in time, the shock of the impact running up her arm. She grimaced, but quickly recovered, her body moving fluidly, her training kicking in. She knew that this was no ordinary fight. This wasn't just about strength. It was about the village, about the land itself. The pendant around her neck pulsed with energy, its power surging through her as if it was guiding her every movement. The leader was relentless, his strikes swift, and vicious, but Asta met him with a calm resolve, each movement deliberate, each strike carefully calculated. She was the protector, the guardian of her people, and she would not let him break them. Not now, not now, not ever, not now. He attacked again, faster this time, his sword flashing through the air. But Asta was ready. She stepped to the side, using his momentum against him, and delivered a swift blow to his side. The leader grunted, stumbling slightly, but recovered quickly, looked at her with a mixture of respect and disdain, as though he was impressed by her skill, but unbothered by the effort it took to face her. "You're stronger than I thought," he said. his voice low, almost admiring. But you're still just a mortal woman. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Asta didn't respond. She didn't need to. She knew exactly what she was dealing with would destroy everything she had worked for, and for him there would be no mercy. She pressed the attack, her blade cutting through the air with precision. She was faster than him now, her movements smoother, more fluid. The energy of the Eve pendant surged through her with every strike, guiding her, empowering her. It wasn't just the power of the pendant that made her strong. It was the strength of her village, the strength of the people she loved, the strength of the earth beneath her feet. She could feel it all, pulsing through her, lending her strength. The leader gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fury. He swung his sword with a final, desperate effort, but Asta was already there, her blade meeting his with a force that sent shockwaves through the air. She pushed him back, her heart pounding as she pressed forward. This was the moment. She could feel it. With a roar, Asta drove her sword through the leader's defenses, her blade finding its mark. The leader staggered, his breath catching in his throat as the weight of her strike sank in. His sword slipped from his grasp, and for a brief moment he seemed to lose his balance. Asta didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, her sword raised high, and in one swift motion, she brought it down. The leader fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide in disbelief, his breath ragged as he lay motionless. Asta stood over him, her chest heaving, her sword dripping with the blood of the man who had sought to destroy everything she held dear. It was over. The battlefield around her grew quiet as the warriors of the village pushed the remaining raiders back, their resolve hardened by the sight of their leader's defeat. The enemy had been broken, their leader fallen. But Asta knew that this victory was not the end. It was only a momentary reprieve, a small victory in a war that had only just begun. Asta looked down at the leader's body, her breath steadying. She could feel the weight of the pendant around her neck, its energy now dimmed, as if it had given all it could. But the battle was not won by strength alone. It was won by the unity of the village, by the bond between the warriors and the women, by the understanding that they were all in this together. Asta had led them, but they had all in this together, fought as one, and that was what had made the difference. Mother, Ragnar's voice called out, and Asta turned to see him running toward her, his face a mixture of awe and relief. He had been fighting alongside the warriors, but now he stood before her, his eyes shining with admiration. "It's over," Asta said quietly, her voice full of exhaustion and resolve. "We've won for now. But the balance is still broken, and we will have to restore it." Ragnar nodded, his expression serious. "What do we do now?" Asta looked at the battlefield, the raiders retreating, their spirits broken by the loss of their leader. She felt a deep sense of relief, but also a growing sense of unease. The battle had been won, but the war was not over. Not yet. Prepare," Asta said. "We fortify our defenses. We make sure the village is safe, but we also have to understand what has happened. The land is changing. The forces we have awakened are part of something much larger, something that will require all of us to face. We cannot do this alone." As Asta spoke, she felt the presence of the shadowed figures in the distance, watching from the edge of the forest. She didn't know what they wanted or rolled away in the days to come, but she knew they were part of the answer. The forces they had awakened were not just threats. They were part of the very land, the very fabric of the world. And she would need to understand their purpose if she was to restore the balance that had been broken. The warriors began to regroup, their faces grim but resolute. The village was not just a collection of homes and people. It was a community, a living entity that had fought for its survival. And now, together they would rebuild. Asta turned to Bjorn, who was making his way toward her, his face serious. "We did it," Asta said, her voice soft but full of pride. "But this isn't over," Bjorn nodded. "I know. The raiders are broken, but they'll be back. We've won this battle, but the war is far from finished." Asta took a deep breath, her eyes scanning the horizon. The world around her was changing, and the path ahead was uncertain. But she knew one thing for certain. She would not face it. She would not face it alone. The village would stand, and together they would fight. They would restore the balance, no matter the cost. As the warriors began to carry the fallen raiders away, Asta felt the weight of the pendant once more. It pulsed softly, a quiet reminder that the forces they had awakened were still there, watching. The leader had fallen, but there was still much to be done. "We'll rebuild," Asta said softly, her voice filled with quiet resolve. "We restore what has been broken. We protect the village, and we prepare for whatever comes next." Ragnar stood beside her, his eyes filled with understanding. He had seen what she had seen, felt what she had felt. He was ready just as she was. Together, they would face the future. Together, they would restore the balance. The village stood behind them, strong and united. The future was uncertain, but Asta knew that whatever came next, they would face it together, and they would fight for the village, for the land, and for each other.